Hey, afternoon everybody, how are we? How are we? A bit spiky. A bit old spiky today, aren't I? Must be the weather. Must be the weather. How we doing everybody? Fair few of you in already. I don't know how many's in because it doesn't tell me here, but you know, there's a few in. That's a few in. So, yeah, box. I've got George's big box in here to open up today. Well, I've opened it up, as you've seen, and it's a bit tight in there. It's a bit tight, but hopefully they've arrived unscathed. So we got a fair few in. I think I've lost some here by the looks of it, because I think there was more in. It looks like Mr. Andrew Alsfer was, no, Mr. Man Cave was top of the shop today by the looks of it. I don't know. He's doing all sorts of weird things. So we got Andrew Alsfer, I think, he's still in here. Sean, Mr. Man Cave Workshop. Doug, hi Doug. Colin, George. Chris is going to see us later. I don't know when he put that. He'll be in a sec. Theo, afternoon Theo. Michael Hyde, Cyberflyer. Keith Brandle. GNU Ninja. Petronics, Nick, ZX. How you doing? Harvey's in. Pouring like crazy there, is it? It's been drizzling and drizzly all day, really. Not brilliant. Yeah, well done, Rob, for making it. How you doing? Have I missed anybody? Brett, afternoon, Brett. Benji. Phil Taylor. Rob Cross. Dave Malik. Chris is back. Andrew's back. Dave Roberts, Doug McCartan, afternoon Doug, and Dave Rhodes. God, it's going quick today. Yeah, Mrs. Cruncher's got to go in work today. She don't normally work on a Sunday, so I go in and, like, miraculously everything out. Well, I go live and miraculously everything gets done, but I've got to do things today, so I'll be shooting in and out from time to time today. Hi, Andy Beck, Superbike Rider. Clive, how are you doing? I think I said hello to everybody. But, Daniel, hi, Daniel. Wells, are you up to look at the cathedral, are you, Daniel? There's a nice cathedral up there, mate. Wells is a nice, nice town, to be honest. Well, it's a city, isn't it, I think? Got to be, isn't it? If it's got a cathedral, it's a city, isn't it? So yeah, back to my roots today, I suppose. You know, no CBs. Well, there's plenty of CBs here, but no CBs today. Sean, straight in. Good man. Supporteth thy channeler. Cheers for the super chat, Sean. So yeah, back to the roots today. Hackers, I haven't done one for a while. When did I last do a hacker? I can't remember now. Fair while ago. We might have looked at one or two, but I don't think I've actually got my hands on one to repair. So should be interesting today, because George has just said that none of these are tested. There's some interesting modifications I've seen on one of them, but that was in the photos that George sent originally. So who knows what's going to happen. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether any of these actually work. Now, I've got some, I did a little bit of background research today. Look at me. Boris Johnson. Good evening, Boris. Nice to join us, mate. Obviously having a day off on Sunday, Boris. Boris Johnson. Excellent. Having my roots done. Well, you know, there's not a lot of roots left, I don't think. It's starting to get a little bit thin, isn't it? You know, still there, mind you. Still there. My father's got all his own hair, so that's a good sign, isn't it? I think if your father's got no hair, then it's likely you're not going to either. So that's just an observation. I don't know how true that is, people. I'm sure any of you with shiny tops can confirm that. So yes, that's the idea today, is to get these out and have a look. So yeah, well, I got distracted then by Boris Johnson coming into the room. Good on you, Boris. Yeah, done a bit of research, and let me see if I can. This is a thing. Can I find what I've done? Because I managed to go in and pilfer the Hacker Radio group earlier today. I've just got to try and find it's opening loads of windows all at once now. And I downloaded a load of stuff on these two. So let's see if I can create a new folder with those. Create a new, not a new video. No, stop. What's going on? Create a new video? We don't want to create new video. Send to, oh, I'll tell you what. Why can't we just create a new folder with that? So I'm just going to copy those. New folder. So Heralds. And paste. Okay. Right, let's see if we can share the screen. You should be on my file manager. So we've got, I've had some brochures. So we'll go with the RP30 first. And this is struggling because I've got so many cameras connected again. Perhaps it's blank. It's not liking it, is it? Here we go. So this is the RP30. In fact, the one I've got is actually red like this. It's not as shiny as this one, though. Has that got a date on it? No, just Hacker Herald RP30. Hopefully you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, you can. Bro. Trying to see if there's a date down there. Looks like 60. I'm not sure if that's the printing date. Let's just go in a little bit closer. 65 is in the printing date. I don't know. But anyway, tells us a little bit about it. Look, 9 transistor, 2 diodes. Unfortunately, the transistors in this particular version are the ones that we all love to hate. So it's medium wave and long wave only, as all of the Heralds here are. No VHF. You've got to have a sovereign for VHF. 10-inch ferrite, so they are pretty sensitive, to be honest. Bandpass IF coils, very accurately aligned. Unlikely. 1.22 watts, less than 1% distortion. 8x5 speaker alert. So pretty good sound out of these. They do sound lovely, actually. battery economizer. Look, so it's got a tape recorder and a car aerial socket. So stabilizing diode circuit automatically adjusts transistor operating voltages correctly as battery potential drops. Wow, there you go. And it was 22 guineas. So if you want to get Googling and let me know what 22 guineas was, I think this was, let me have a look at when this book was published. It's not even got the date on the Hacker Herald book. It's unusual. Oh, no, it hasn't. 1966. So it would have been around 1966 by the look of it. I'm just looking at the actual service manual here. Yeah, I've got an amendment that was done in 1966. It's got to be around 65, 66. So 22 guineas, 1966. So 3 colour versions: charcoal black with satin silver trim, royal red with gold trim, and ambassador blue with white trim. So the one we've got is royal red. You could buy a carrying case for it as well in Hunting Stuart tartan. Hunting Stuart tartan. So a special version of the Herald is available with an extra waveband. Basically, that is the shortwave Herald, the RP31SW, which I have got here, but that's not going to be today. And also they had a Marine Herald. Again, I've got one of those, but we're just going to look at these today. So they're 26 guineas, look. So let's just get back. Let's go to the next one. Okay, this is the RP35. Since its inception in 1960. Ah, right, the original Herald was 1960, of course, wasn't it? Let's just go in a bit closer on that one as well. So this is the RP35. This is the newer one. Hopefully an AF117 free zone in these. So I think Andrew Alsford did say that it's highly likely that these will work. And it is. I mean, they're good quality sets. The only issues mainly is in the amplifier stage, or loose connections, or dirty headphone sockets. The Mark III, so they're calling this the Mark III Herald, the RP35. So I think it was the RP10 first of all, wasn't it? So 8.5 speaker, still the same speaker, slightly more output. It's got a different amplifier, this one. So it's got this battery economizer circuit again. Charcoal black, ambassador blue, and royal red, and the Hunting Stuart tartan case. So as I say, I think this is pretty much the same as the other one. This is 1.5 watts now instead of 1.2. 10 transistors and 2 diodes. I think the other one was 8 transistors, wasn't it, and 2 diodes. New circuit developments with double shielding almost eliminate spurious signals and self-generated whistles. Wide range bass and treble. Socket for external area, including car, and input for tape recording. Socket for radio input for tape recording. So that's the radio output, isn't it, really? Cordoba leather clothlet. Padded Cordoba. Doesn't say Rexine, does it? It's Cordoba. I'll catch up with the chat in a minute, so apologies for not quite being there at the minute, but we'll get through this and then catch up on the chat. Then we'll get these out one at a time. 3 IF coils, selectivity without loss of fidelity, strong local stations do not broaden tuning. Treble goes to plus 14 dB and bass to plus 12 dB. Push pull class B. I think this goes into more detail than the last one did, didn't it? I can't remember now. A 10,000 lines. Is that a 10,000 lines magnet or 10,000 lines 15 ohm speech coil? I'm not sure. So 2 PP9s, both these radios are PP9s, both models. And this one's £23 12 shillings. And that says 67 down there. And actually the service manual says 68. So it doesn't look like the original RP30 was a very long-lived model, does it really? Anyway, let's have a look, see what else we got. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. So the only other ones I've got are where am I? I think I'm back to me now, aren't I? Yeah, the only other documents I've got are the service manuals, which I've got just here in case we need them. So there you go. That's the bit of history on them. Gives you the dates. 22 goats. So go back. I'm just going to catch up with the chat a minute, because I think we've got some new arrivals. Yeah, don't badger Mr. Johnson with COVID stuff. He's here, he's having a day off, he's watching the live stream. Afternoon Boxing Day 11. Carl, how you doing? So let's keep going. Yeah, Petronics, good site. And I still got to give you a ring, Nick. I still got to ring you, mate. I ain't been too well, to be fair. Wasn't very well yesterday at all. And I ain't too special today, but there you go. I'm better today than I was yesterday, so all good. Benji's in Chris's next video. I don't think there is, Brett, sorry. Because that was a sovereign, not a herald, wasn't it? £23 2 shillings. £432 today, Doug. Well done on the maths. Harvey's saying £412. Is that the 22 guineas ones? Yeah, Hacker's pretty good, isn't it? Bit of point of sale. Yeah, some nice brochures there, Andy, isn't it? Let's say they're available on the Hacker Radio group if you want to join it. You want it in Cameron Tartan or McDonald, do you, Theo? I'm sure if you ring up Hacker, they'll do a special order for you. 25 guineas equals £1 today, Keith. Afternoon, David. David Tag. Yeah, heralds are good. Of course, it is the VHF Herald, isn't it? It's not the Sovereign. It is the VHF Herald that's the Open University version. Of course, it is. So you're right there, Brett. There's a good football game going on in that year. It's not interested at the time. Hi, Aston, how are you? Don't worry, mate. You're in. Mr. Voiceover Man, he is. I trust you've all tuned into Aston's channel, Aston's Vintage Technology Workshop. I think he's got some more in the pipelines. I'm still, God, it's going a bit fast for me today, the text. Packet of crisps. Cadbury's Curly Whirly. Yeah, they've shrunk up a lot, haven't they, Andrew? It's you always set some time aside on Sundays to reflect and to unwind with the Radiocruncher for company in the drawing room. It's nearly late for Cobra last Monday. What a Sunday session that was. Certainly was, Boris. Last Sunday just seems like a couple of days ago, to be honest. The week has totally disappeared. Whether it addled my brain or not, I don't know. Bit of overload on music. Dogs are kicking off. Probably the neighbours out to play again. Hi, Carlos. How are you? It's a really nice one on eBay for a good price, but the shipping is a killer, $91 US. Oh, Carlos, that is mental, innit? And welcome as well. Wind-up gramophone with real needles. Yeah, what about when the halfpenny sweets stopped being sold? I was pretty gutted about that. Your blackjacks and fruit salads, you used to be able to get them half a pence, didn't you? There's always got a bit of change when there was half a pence on the end. And mind you, I'm going newer than you guys, aren't I? Afternoon, Simon. How are you? Still catching up with the chat. And Sime, 66.99. Cars were better in the 70s. They certainly were. They're certainly heavier. You were on the Boit for 6 hours, were you, Harvey? He's been on the Boit again. Right. I have got the service manuals for these. A bit of a light shining issue with the overhead camera, as per usual. You get the gist. That's even worse. What if I turn the light actually off? Oh, yeah, that's actually a bit better. So yeah, I've got both the original service manuals for both of these. And these are very nice to have, but as I say, if you go on the Hacker Radio groups.io, they're all there. So you don't want to see that. You want to see a radio, don't you? So let's get the RP30 out first, then, Mr. Red. He doesn't look very red. Let's zoom out a little bit because that's a bit close, isn't it, Graham? So there we are. One RP30. I think this is. Oh, this was the one with the switch has gone, George. What have you done with my switch? Was it broken off inside? I can't see any stab holes in the side of the box. So yeah, this one's not looking too special, really. I'm not sure whether these knobs are actually brass or whether they're just coloured metal. So what I'd need to do with that is soak it off and have a look on the back of it, really, just to see if it is brass in underneath. If it is, then I can stick it on the drill and just polish it back to bare metal and lacquer it up. So Rexine looks good on the front. Yeah, that's looking good. The grill is quite badly tarnished, but that's the same with all of these. But I believe the grills are actually brass on these. So that should come back okay. The badge, again, that's brass. That'll come up okay. Needs a respray. So let's have a look round the back. And we've actually got the grill. Look. That's a bonus. Unfortunately, someone's decided to stick it back on with what looks like Evo stick. So that's going to be a pig of a job to get all that off. And the grill material in there has gone a very light beigey colour instead of black, as it would have been originally. But the interesting bit was over this side, but for some reason it's gone. But George says it's moved inside. So there's a whacking great big toggle switch in the side there, which is a real shame because it has made a bit of a mess of the case, hasn't it? And there's no way I'm just going to be able to recover that section because it just wouldn't match. This has been, ooh, in a heavy smoker's place. Because as I say, that is not the right colour. It should be almost that sort of colour. It should be that sort of colour. So let's have a quick go with one of these antibacterial wipes a minute. Just see, because it does smell really, really nicotine-y. It's been in Boris's drawing room with him. So let's just give it a little wipe, see if there's any yellow comes off. Oh, not too bad actually. Well, yeah, it's got nicotine all over it, I think. But like I say, these are bought in spares or repair really from George. They're untested. He was having a bit of a clear out, so I said if he wanted to get a shot of them, I'd have them. He did me a good deal on them, so here they are. So yeah, you can see that's going to need a little bit of cleaning, but, you know. So on top, it looks like we're all okay. All the brights are there. Let's give it a little bit of a wipe over. It's a lovely colour, these tops. I've been after a red RP30 for quite some time after I repaired one for one of my customers, Michael. And it was absolutely mint. It literally was. It was blinging. It looked amazing. So I've always fancied one after seeing what they could look like. This one's going to take a bit of doing, mind you. But the only sad bit is that, and the case has gone a lot darker. It's almost gone like a burgundy colour. It's minging. It's heaving. Whew, it is heaving. Been sent upstairs to tidy his room. They are brass, Andy, are they? Excellent. Let me just catch up. It's going big. Love blackjacks today. This chat's going to be going too fast for me sooner or later, and I won't be able to keep up with this. So if you want to catch my attention, you need to just put at Radiocruncher, and it'll just highlight it if you've got a question. Cigarette smoke residue is a good preservative for the underlying surface, Doug. Is it really? It is sticky. It is sticky. Ox blood red bench, is it? It does gives it the correct correct name in the pictures that I put up, didn't it? Where were they to? Because all over my hands now. So we want the centre of the RP30. Ooh, yeah, that ain't too good. I should have put gloves on really before cleaning that. And we've got the battery labels as well, look. It's royal red. Royal red. And as I say, it should be that sort of colour. But yeah, we've got the original battery labels. So what I'll probably do with those is scan those and reproduce them, because that one's had a bit of acid on it by the looks of it. So that's good to have. See if I can find... Oh, it does stink, this one. It's going to have to go into quarantine. That'll do. So inside here then, let's have a look in the back. That's what you want to see. It's what lies beneath. Let's get that camera out of the way of that. Royal red. Where's my chat gone? I've lost my chat now. Here we are. Light probably was a little bit too bright now. Sponges are still there, they are, yeah. They do look original as well, Sean. So yeah, we've got some pluses. There's a bit of rust on the hinge, but it's a coloured hinge. It's like, I don't think it is actually brass. It might be brass, but I think probably the peg that goes through it is steel. And I think that's what's rusted. And we've got this whacking great switch in here. I'm not sure what that's all about. Whether there was there a power supply in this, George, or not? I mean, look at the state of made of the inside of the case, look, to stick that switch in. That's a big old hole. There's absolutely no care taken whatsoever on that. They've just whacked it in and shoved this honking great switch in the side. I suspect what's happened is the on-off switch in there has gone. Ferrite's in one piece, which is good news considering it's not even attached on this side. We've lost the little nut by the looks of it that goes on the back. That might be inside. It might have just rattled loose with our can't see it. Let's just turn it upside down. See if we've got any. Nope. So we've got a little nut loose from the back of the ferrite. So let's just get one and pop on there a minute, because I don't want that falling off and breaking. See if I've got anything in me bits and bobs. It's quite a small nut. That one might do it. That one do it, or was that a bit big? Don't worry, we will get this thing powered up in a minute. I think that switch is probably because the on-off switch is broken. Yeah, that does fit. Ideal. I'll just stop that getting broken while I'm working on it. So yeah, I suspect Look at that. That's like something you'd find in an aircraft cockpit, you know? Down landing gear. Massive. What's going on with that? Look at the size of it. You can see that was yeah. It's huge. Strip it down for parts. No, can't do that, Theo. Andrew sent all of your red RP30, RP37, all that darker colour. More a red with some purple thrown in. It certainly doesn't look like that colour in the magazine there, does it? In the brochure. Let me see if I can grab another red Herald or Sovereign. Because I'm sure that is way too dark. And I'm not going to scrub the guts out of the thing, but have I got another red one? No, that's an older one. I suspect they're up in the loft. I've got a red one there. Can I get my hands on that one safely? Let me see, I've got a lot of stuff in the way here today. As I say, I've cleared my room out, but to clear it out, I've chucked it all in another room. It's gone from one room to another. Yeah, so I can see at least two here that are, I don't know if they are Heralds. That one's definitely, that's a Herald RP35. So this is definitely the colour it should be, because it does describe it as that colour. Yeah. Ow. Just caught me backside on the trio receiver. Okay. So I don't know if you can see the difference there. I think, I mean, this is a bit dusty, to be honest. It's another unrestored one. So you can definitely see the difference. This is more of a red. The grain looks slightly coarser on this. Let's say this is an RP35 Herald. This is the RP30. But I know the other one that I did was lighter than this for definite. So it might just be ingrained tobacco in it, and it'll lighten up a couple shades once it's cleaned. That's possibly is that. So there you are, and you can definitely see if I put them back to back. You know, that there's a lot of difference in the colour, isn't there? This is more of a deep burgundy, whereas this is more of a pillar box red, royal red. Anyway, that's the colour looked at. There seems to be a lot of movement going on there. Let's have a quick look, see what the hell's going on like this. Really setting the dogs off. Oi, in. Come on, in. Bark at their own shadows, them two do. Stick a closed grommet in the hole and fix the volume pot. You think that is the original colour because it matches the knobs and push buttons. Yeah. Same colour as the other one though, isn't it? But yeah, that's closer. Anyway, we digress, but it's interesting to see the different colour shades. It might be something a bit unusual. It might have been a different leather cloth they used. Padding is obviously all gone. I mean, you can see how saggy that is. It's padding is long gone. So let's have a bit of a closer look inside. Let's get the overhead camera out and we'll get into the guts of the thing. Right, hopefully we're not too bright. This is always difficult for me to see what you're seeing here, really, because I've only got a small screen. If you're on a big telly, this is going to fill your whole telly up. I think we're okay. There we go. So we'll go down that way a little bit further because you don't want to see the ferrite rod. There's nothing much to see at the top end of the radio. The main business end is where we're looking here. Down that way a little bit. So this is our amplifier board. These ones are absolutely rammed with rubbish capacitors, Dallies. I think that big red one's TCC. These blue ones are Dally. It's one of these things. Sometimes they're okay, sometimes they're not. These are fairly notoriously bad for taking out that transistor down there, which is the driver transistor in behind this red one. You can't see that. I say you can't see that. You might be able to if I go around at a bit of an angle like that. Just focus it. Yeah, so the transistor I was looking at is that one down there. It's one of the driver transistors. I think it's the AF driver transistor. If these caps go, it can take that one out. So you always run the risk, if you power a radio like this up, of actually damaging that one. And if we have a look over here, we can see some of our little AF117 friends. And we've actually got 3 of those on that board. I don't think there's a separate oscillator board on this one. I think T1 is an oscillator mixer, I think. And then we've got 2 IF stages after that. Possibly. Is it 3 or 4? No, there is only 3 on this one. So yeah, there's 3 of those in there. There's another one just down there, look. So you've got one down the bottom. And again, this is an RS cap. I don't know if that's original. It looks way too big, doesn't it? It's actually jammed in underneath the battery piece. What else can we see? Not a lot. There's a whacking great speaker, 30 ohm. You notice it's a 25 ohm speaker with the later one. Goodman's. Apologies if this is making you dizzy, but I thought I'd get you in nice and close. So another sort of problem area with these radios is this 5-pin plug here. They can be fine until you move them, and then it will lose contact. And you'll get motor boating and all sorts of weird and wonderful things happening if that plug's not clean. Got some very nice old Mullard glass encapsulated transistors in here. We've got OC71, OC75. I think there's an OC81. I think it's 81Ds for the output. I'm not 100% sure. But, I think that's possibly an AC 75, something like that. I can't remember now. AC 125, possibly. So yes, there you are, the inside. the inside of the old girl. So not quite as old as me, this radio. So I'm 1964, this is potentially 1966. Have we got a serial number? Serial number is usually stamped up here, and it is. Can we get you in on the serial number? Let's have a look at the serial number, just keep it for reference. This overhead camera is very, very useful for this sort of stuff. Okay, I'll zoom in a bit. Focus. I don't know if you might not be able to see that because of the light angle. Let's just change the light angle. Can you read that? It looks like 83544. And see that there's a little stamping underneath there. I think it says HR61. What is? I don't think it would be 1961. The radio. Because what did we say these were? 66? Well, no, there was an amendment in 66, wasn't there? There is a list somewhere of, again, on that hacker site. Yours is 64. It may be earlier than Mike. I'm just saying 66 was that revision in my book here, and that was when the Marine Herald came in. So that's actually dated to July 1966. So it's going to be earlier than that, isn't it? See if there's any drawing dates on these drawings. Very often they put a drawing date on them. There you go. 1964 is the drawing date on this. So you are right. So it probably is the same age as me then. So it probably is the same age as me. So 23rd of the 6th, 64 that was. You notice it says RP18 as well. So the RP18 is the Sovereign. Sovereign 1, which has got the VHF on it. So it's virtually the same radio, except it's got the VHF sections on it. It's got a VHF front end and a VHF board. Right, okay, so that's a quick tour around the radio. Whoa, smells meaty. Let's have a look. Can we connect this up in series, or has it got some sort of weird type of battery layout? Cool. The length of the diagram on this thing. Aerial. No. There we go. No, they are in series. Like I say, it's a bit of a pig's ear with this massive great switch in here. So I assume that the switch contact inside is broken. I don't know if I've got another one, so I'm probably going to have to replace that that pot altogether. Oh, dear. I need breathing apparatus for this. So yeah, one side of this goes to there, then the other one comes through, goes up. So I should be able to connect it up to 18 volts. Take the current limit right down. I don't know if this thing is actually on or off with this switch. Could be either. It's a 50-50 chance. Let's stick the other camera in. Where is it? Where's the other camera? Yeah, just about to see me. Can see what I'm up to then. Can't escape. So let me have a look. We've got a black and brown. So we go black with that one, and we got a red and brown. It's got to be that one. So we've got a bit of a thump there, but no noise. Let's get this up. I mean, it's not going to work, this one, really. The volumes was nearly maximum on it. Oh, dial cord's not working either. No, not the dial cord. No. Dial cord isn't moving anywhere. I don't think it's broken, but it's going to need changing, I expect. Okay. So we have nothing. Let's see if we can find something. So we'll give it a little wiggle. Let's get the signal tracer out, which I have modified this actually. I have modified the signal tracer, look. So I've given it a coating of that aluminium foil to stop picking up interference from my hands. And I've hot glued both ends to stop it moving about. So souped up my signal tracer. Hi Jeff Smith, how are you? Am I going to redo the foam on the front and the back? One of those things, isn't it, Aston? It's something that I've got in for stock, really, as such. So it's whether I decided that I need to sell it and what value it'll be compared to not being done. And again, I think looking at the inside edge of this, it is a burgundy colour. It's not quite as dark as the outer edge, and it's certainly darker than the other, but you know, obviously this area wouldn't have been susceptible to any light. So it is quite a dark burgundy, this one. Certainly darker than it looks in their picture. So whether there was a couple different versions. Right. Let's have a look, see if we've got anything on the input, and I can't remember which one's the input now. Let's have a look into our service manual. At the little things. So where's the amplifier? Is that the amplifier? That's the amplifier. Socket pin 3. Looks like the voltage. Pin 4 is the input. So pin 4 is that one. Nothing. So we've got nothing coming from the IF stages at all. So if we have a look in on these dreaded AF117s, we should be getting a signal on the collectors. Nothing on that one. Nothing on that one. Where's the base? That's the base. Absolutely nothing. It's a pain that this tuning cap's gone because we can't really turn it. A nightmare. So he's dead. So it's going to be the dreaded AF117s again, isn't it? You know, it's likely that the amplifier is not working, but we certainly haven't got any RF that I can hear coming through the amp. It's just hum. Nothing. Absolutely dead. So let's get the poor old thing out of the case. So these are dead easy to work on. Handle's got to come off. Unscrew the bit there. Hi Lee, how are you? You got your eye on a blue sovereign. Hi Mike. Mike Atlantis. Yeah, they normally are absolutely shot, Sean, aren't they? You're quite right. So I need to set an alarm really for about 6 o'clock to go and feed the chickens and let the dogs out in the field for a run. It's going to be gone for probably 15-20 minutes at about 6 o'clock. We'll see how we're doing, see if we can get through these. The idea is to try and get them all working, but because this has got the AF117s in it, this is likely to cause us the most amount of time and work, so I've done this one first. So there's 2 brass screws. So I'm looking at the wrong camera now. I was all a bit on the whew, shiny head. How are we doing anyway? Have I missed anyone else? I don't think so. Yeah, it's likely that that we're going to have whiskers on all the junctions. I think they grow from the can, which is a shield, and they'll just short across to one. Then the longer they go, I think the more shorts they get, and they'll end up shorting all the junctions together, like Andrew's just said, rather than just shorting 1 or 2. They'll actually short the junctions together. Right, we need to pull the 5-pin plug out, disconnect the speaker wires, actually no we don't, so that can stay in for a minute. They should. Bah. A bit of a pig these, because they put like little wooden spacers in here. We've got this massive capacitor underneath here that's stopping it coming out. That's that side free. It's free at this side. There we go. And careful we don't whack the ferrite on the way out. There she is. Okay. Let's get the overhead camera in again. There we go. So we've got these AF117s. We've got this whacking great RS cap. 215 microfarads at 15 volts. That doesn't look right. Let's have a look at the back of the board. Yeah, it doesn't look original there really. So that one's been replaced, I think, at some stage. There goes my stomach. As I say, this actual part of the radio here is identical to the RP18. Which way are we going here? Which way are you going, Graham? Let's go that way. Yes, it's identical to the RP18, exactly the same board. So let's have a look, see if we've got any shorts. It's difficult to tell fully till it's out. Let's just turn that power supply off. So I'm just going to use the cam because that's connected to the shield wire. There we are on, aren't we? So let's try it to, which is that one? That's collector. So yeah, we got a dead short there from the shield to the collector, so we know, and that's the shield wire there anyway. And let's have a look at the emitter, if I can get in there. Yeah, we got a short to emitter. Let's try the next one down. Actually, if I stick that camera in a bit closer, put that as picture in picture. And then we can go, get rid of me. Bear with me while I sort my cameras out a minute. Let's get the overhead camera in there. Okay. So let's go with this one next. So if I go from the can, or well, I can go straight to the, it's a bit easier to get to, straight to the shield wire. So again, there should be no read in here at all. 1K, and from there to the base. I think that's capacitor's charging somewhere. An emitter. Oop. .2K, so that one's got shorts. And finally the one down the bottom here. So the one down by our massive great RS cap. Collector. Oh, 3 ohms. That'll probably even work on the beeper, that one. Yeah, so we got a real short there. Base. Nothing to the base. Turn that off. Yeah, base has still got a little bit of a short on it, but not much. 8K. Again, and we're probably charging that cap up. So we've definitely got shorts on all 3 of those. So what should we do? Should we get them out? Shall we, because the thing is we've got some Adali stuck right in there. Let's just check this cap here as well. Let's check that one. Let's check this Dali. It's supposed to be 250 microfarads, 15 volts. I don't know what the original was. Let's have a look what the original should be. It's so big it's covering over the label even. C19. So C19. Is it going to tell us what C19 is? No, I'll have to look it up on the circuit. So C19. It's 300 microfarads originally. So put 250 in there. So gone lower rather than higher. So let's see if that one survived. You can't quite see that, can you? Let's stick it on the main camera. It's still in circuit, mind you, so it could do all sorts of things. God, 448. I think that one's had it. So we've got that cap's gone as well. And we've got shorts on all three of the transistors. This one down here, let's have a look at this one. And what have we got there? That's a Dali. 10 microfarad, 12 volts. Let's try that one as well. We're saying that the ESR is over 40 on that one. So that's had it as well. So it looks like to get this working, I'm going to need to change 3 transistors, or remove the shorts from 3 transistors and do 3 capacitors, because there's no point leaving that one in. This one in down here. I've got the wrong one on. There's no point leaving this one in if I'm going to do this one, which is the one that's showing over 40 ohms ESR, and this one which has gone more than double what it should be. So let's fire the desoldering tool up, I think. If I can find where I've switched it off to. There. Well, there. There. Let's fire the desoldering tool up and we'll get stuck into this, I think. Less talking, more doing, I think, isn't it? Let's catch up with it. It's got more whiskers than my arm. Yeah, chickens and dogs, chickens and dogs. Night off then, Ninja. Good one. I'm just catching up quickly with the chat a minute. I don't know, I'm surprised I'm even in the camera, because the camera's... am I in that camera? I'm in that camera, that's why. I've been switched to the wrong camera all the time. Yeah, you're dead right, Doug. Uncle Fester taught you. Oh dear. Terry from the Addams family broke your arm. Why, Jeff? What did you do to Terry? Smack 'em up. Afternoon, Peter, 13HN516. How are you? Germaniums, yes they are. The Tin Whisker pub is open for business. I mean, they are pretty difficult to do, these, because they're on these standoff things. If I go in closer for you, you'll certainly see that one there. Look, I mean, well, it's the wrong way around for the camera really, but you can see we've got little standoffs. So you get problems trying to put new transistors in there, because the legs won't quite go in, but you can do it. You can do it. They're a bit of a pig to get out, these. In fact, no, they're a lot of a pig to get out. Basically, you've got to suck the solder out as best as you can, and then we come out with a pair of forceps. But we'll stick a little mark on these. What's that one? That's 3 in it. So we've got 1. This is number 2. And this is number 3. Just so we know where they come from. So T1, 2 and 3. Right, let's get rid of all the muck from the desoldering tool. I need to shoot down and get a drink in a second. Parched here. Good sucking. Right. Let's get these out. Where are you? You've got to get them hot, because they're in those ferrules, and the solder is doesn't sound very good suck, does it? Oh, I need to do something with this desoldering gun. I need to do a GoFundMe, I think, for a new sucker. Buy the cruncher. No, that's not, still not sucking. Ah. Oh. That needs to come apart and be cleaned, which is a real pain, isn't it? Just when you want it to perform, it's all blocked up. I need to get it apart and put new filters in it. But anyway. Spoons for dinner. Oh, taking you to Spoons for dinner. Very nice, Sean. Mind you, I don't know what it's like in any of these places at the moment. Typical, that should be enough. Let's see if we can get it out with the traditional sort of solder sucker. You can do it with these, but the Dura tool makes it a lot easier. You need to do them 2 or 3 times as well, because there's so much solder in these, you won't get it all out the first go. So, do I need to set an alarm for 6, or are you lot going to remind me? Because you know what my memory's like. You know what the memory's like in here. It's not good. Where'd Boris go to anyway? Let's do him again. So I'm actually heating the ferrule rather than the actual wire. If this doesn't work, then I can run some fresh solder in it. That'll usually get them moving a bit better. I think my solder sucker's... No, he's all right. I would have to clean that desoldering tool out because it takes twice as long doing it like this. Right, let's get this one out of the way. I'm going to take this capacitor out of the way. It's got to be changed anyway. It's right in the way of the transistor. Now he is blocked up. It's good because I've got this little cleaner thing with this this desoldering pump. It's quite good. It's obviously a silicone tip on the end of it. Let's try that again. Come on, come on. Come on, little capacitor. Let's just cut his legs off. Let's cut his legs off. Oh, it's no wonder he wasn't coming out. I actually desoldered the wrong one. Oopsie. There. Let's give that a little clean up. A lot of a clean up actually. There's no little about that. Just solder that one back on before I forget it. Put a bit of flux on there. Right, that's out of the way. Let's see if we can get this little monkey moving then. So I've got most of the solder out of it. I can see it, a couple of the legs are moving. So let's see. Yeah, that one's out. That one's still stuck fast. So let's get this one out next. So what I'm going to do is just attach my forceps there, and that's going to act as a heat sink as well, so I'm not going to overheat the transistor and ruin the junctions on it. Let's see if we can zap these and put them back in again. So I'm just going to heat the ferrule now. There he goes. And the last two, the trick really there is to grab the cam and jam your soldering arm between the two ferrules. Let's see if I can show you this. Where are we? Is it going to go there? So I'm just going to grab the transistor and stick the soldering iron in between both ferrules so it touches both of them. This one's the one that's being stubborn. Now he's moving. There he goes. There she is. Gone. So these ferrules are a pain in the neck. They really are. Especially when your desoldering tool decides to pack up. So we can check this one again now he's out of circuit. Because we want to make sure it's a transistor as well. So even though there's shorts on it, it should still measure as a transistor. So it should measure as a transistor. So you've got to remember that one of these is a shield. Come on, get off. So don't connect your transistor tester up to the shield. So it's collector, shield, base, emitter on these from memory. What a memory, eh? So this is where we find out if it's absolutely shot or not, or whether it's restorable really. Okay, so we've got a pretty good transistor there, 227 HFE, so that's fine. And leakage 0.017, so that one should zap okay. So you might think, oh well, that's fine then. There's no problems with that transistor. So let's get the multimeter back out again. So there should be no reading between the can or the shield wire, which is this one, and any others. So that should stay as OL all the time. This is going to prove me wrong now, isn't it? So we've definitely got movement there. 5.4K, that's obviously the shield wire, so that's going to be dead short. Yeah. Base. Again, there should be no reading at all. But there is. I see, because I haven't got the leg pinned down properly. 4.7k, and the last one 94 ohms. So that was absolutely rammed full of shorts. So what I'll do is, rather than just zap them one at a time, I'll take them all out, and then we'll do a zapathon on all three of them at the same time. Okay, I'll zoom that one out a little bit. So let me go and get myself a drink. I'll just whack myself in the head with the light. Make sure these dogs are okay, and I'll be back. Won't be a sec. I'll keep the microphone on anyway, because we won't have Mrs. Cruncher swearing today, so because she's not in. Let's just go downstairs. Another little box there to open next Sunday as well. Right, Maddie, you okay? You having a good day? It's going to be chilly now, isn't it? How about you, Coco? Have you done anything bad? Have you done anything bad? Right. So we've got a choice of beer, cider, or water. I'm just going to wash my hands a minute because they've got verdigris all over them. Gotta love a bit of verdigris. That one's covered in it. So yeah, live hand washing. Shall I have a beer? Shall you have a beer, Graham? I think you can manage one. Let's not go mental. Let's get a couple weaker ones, because I can see a couple old Toms there that Mrs. Cruncher's picked me up, and they're a bit crazy for a live stream. Not that it stops me usually, but I'm not particularly feeling too special today, so I'm not gonna go silly. But I do need a drink or something. So it's going to be beer then, by the looks of it. Not cider, not water. It's beer. So we get the Radiocruncher beer tankard that Mrs. Cruncher got me for Christmas. Well, Father Christmas brought it, really. And we've got, today we've got Waggle Dance, Honey Beer, Eagle. I think that's Welsh, isn't it? Eagle? Is it Welsh? Well, it says Italy. Oh, Marston's. Marston's it is. Bedford, I didn't know. Marston's was Eagle Brewery, but there you go. Waggle Dance, and the one I'm going to go with first is Exmoor Stag. Good gear. Good gear. I've got some records lined up for in a minute. No, I haven't. Not today. No, it's a record-free zone today. If we can't get any of these radios working, it'll be a copyright-free zone as well, won't it? I was going to hook up the Spitfire AM transmitter, but I didn't have time. I ran out of time. That's because we had dinner just before the stream. We got a spider in my mug. Get out of there. That's not good, is it? It's probably been pooing and all sorts in there. Spider poo in me mug. Let's get a bit of blue roll and just give that a wipe out a minute. Hi Dave, how are you? Another 6-hour live stream. Yeah. It's not my record though, I've done more. I'm trying to think what my record stream is now. What is the Record Cruncher stream? What is the record stream? Supposed to make it easier to replace components of the ferrules. It actually makes it harder. Hi Ganesh, how are you? You like your bulb sucker? Hi David Corcoran, how are you? How you doing? Cheers David. Welcome mate. Right. Let's get the beer underway. Because you know, all sorts of things will happen if I don't get lubricated. Oh, that's not a very good pour, is it? Look at this, look at the head on that. Dear oh dear. I need more practice, obviously. I need more practice. Right. So, number one transistor, absolutely knackered. Ripe for zapping. Let's get the second one out then. Looks like we're using the solder sucker, which is quite good in a way because it shows you that anybody can do this. You don't need a fancy desoldering gun. Just got to be careful, that's all. Try not to burn the board. Don't burn at the board. It would actually pay to just run a bit of fresh solder in these. It will make them easier to suck out, to be fair. So yeah, strange, isn't it? It's reading as a perfectly good transistor, but it's absolutely full up with shorts. Some bit of a clear out. It's absolutely chock-a-block with solder now. Ugh. God, chickens are over there kicking up stink. It's not even time yet. It's getting there though. We usually go over and take them some porridge and mealworms. I think they've had a bit of melon this morning as well. Get fed very well, them chickens. So I'm just going over them again to try and get as much solder out of the ferrules as possible. And the last one. Right. This one's tucked in out of the way. In behind. Right there. So even though I've solder sucked it out, it's still hanging on for dear life. See if any of them will move. And we don't want to break the legs really, because they won't go back in. I'll have to replace the transistor. Oh, there's the first one. Can we do the opposite side one? I'm trying to work around the camera there so you can see what I'm doing. Let's put the heat on that ferrule, if I can keep the soldering iron on the ferrule. Has to be a double pull, that one. Yeah, come on. There he is. That one's out. Let's see again if we can just do two at once with the center ones. There we are. Gone. Let's have a look at that one then. Actually, no, let's have a drink of the stag first. Let's get in the stag. Do you know? Hi William, how are you? 9 hours is my record, was it, George? Do you know why all and most of the UK film productions used Hacker radios as props in the last 50 years? Probably because they last so long, William. Very well made, and they were sort of aimed at the higher end as well, weren't they? But yeah, there is a weird mix of radios, definitely. Okay, so let's get the gear in, and we'll test this transistor. Hopefully this one's okay. One thing you've got to be careful, if you overbend these, sometimes if you're not careful, they won't bend back and one of the legs will snap off on the body. Then you've had it, really. That one's looking like it could do that. I bent them a little bit too far, really. So as I say, this one is the shield wire, so we can ignore that one. So we just want the base collector and emitter. And let's see what that one's up to. Okay, that's not looking so good. That one is not looking so good. It might clear. It might clear with a bit of a zap. Let me just move the things, because sometimes the legs are a bit tarnished. Let's try that once more. Yeah, no, that one's a bit poorly. So that's transistor number 2 is a bit poorly. It might clear with zapping, but probably going to need to change that one. So let's see what it looks like on the multimeter. We can get the multimeter straight in the camera, that is. So that's let's go directly to the shield wire this time, shall we? So again, it should stay as OL. Should be absolutely no reading on any of these. 25 ohms to the collector base. $242K and the emitter 4.8K. So again, that one's absolutely riddled with shorts. On to the next one. On to the next one. Onwards and upwards. Hi Michael, how are you? Are the chickens just for eggs, or for example does something else happen in December? Yeah, they are sort of pets, and we originally got them for pets, and we really love eggs. I mean, but then when you got 10 of them, we've actually got 9 now, because sadly one passed away the other day, which is a bit sad. One of the young ones as well, which is a bit unusual, but I think it got a bit too much of the heat. It was that day, can you remember when it was up in the 30s, when I was up here doing a live stream? And following morning, she was dead in the coop. Bit sad, but there you are. It does happen with chickens. They can be a bit finicky. 1 minute all's okay, and the next minute they just keel over, and they think, well, what the hell was all that about? Our chicken whisperer, I'm sure, will be able to fill us in on that. Mr. All the Gear, no idea, aka the chicken whisperer. That's his new name. How are we doing on the chat then? No more Alf Garnett on TV? You're joking. They haven't banned him, have they? Oh, dear, oh dear. Okay, so here is the next one, I think. Is that no? It's these four here. We've got the green wire going to that second one as well, so I need to make sure I remember that. So that did desolder fairly well, so we'll do exactly the same as we did last time. We'll just put some fresh solder in there. Should have my extractor on, really. Get rid of the solder. $20 guineas. Yeah, I wonder how Roberts of the day compared to in price. What would be an equivalent Roberts in the 1960s? Would that be like the R200s? Or was it the R70? No, R700s possibly. They were sort of 69, weren't they? The R600s, but I think the R700s super were before. Yeah, I wonder what the equivalent Roberts would have been back then. Certainly it wouldn't have been the R707 or the R600, so it would have been before the R600, which I think was the R700. And then the R200, 300 and 500. So I suppose it's got to be period correct, isn't it, whatever they're doing. I'm going to have to pull my finger out, otherwise it's just going to be a whole video just on one radio. But then I suppose if that's what it takes to get it working, then we can do that. We have the technology. As I say, I'm not in any rush tonight. Mrs. Cruncher won't be home till 11:30, 12 o'clock. So I'm not saying I'm going to be doing a live stream till then, because I will need to eat at some stage. But I have eaten today, so. Right. Now this is one of the hardest ones of all to get out, because it's jammed right in between two transformer cans, and I can see it's definitely not giving up its self that easily. See if we can get one of these out. Can I even get the soldering iron in there? Do I need to get my bent tipped soldering iron out? Can I get in there? Not without touching wires, I can't. This capacitor's in the way. That sounds like me in the mornings. Come on, out you come. There he is. Got one out. Yeah, it's difficult to get in here now. It's, this is the hardest one. I should have done the hardest one first, really. Always say do the hardest one first and the rest of it's easy then, but it's not that easy. But this crazy old switch. Let's see if we can get in there with a soldering iron even. Yes, I think we can just about get in there. So I'm trying to pull them and still keep them usable, so there's a very fine line between that. Got him. Okay. So again, I can't really get the soldering iron in, can I? It's just maybe. This ain't brilliant. I think I'm going to pull this one out from the other side. So it's just trying to come, but what I'm going to do is just pop it upright. Try and heat these two up. Oh. Now I'm going to have to get my bent tipped iron in. That's the only way it'll reach that. So I'm going to stick. Oh, woohoo! Let's stick this one in with a bent tip. Otherwise, I'm going to end up overheating it all and. Oh dear, oh dear. Literally, there's no room in here at all now. Oh, I can see this one breaking actually, but I'll try and get them out. There she is. So it's just a shield wire left. Not really overly worried if that one doesn't come up. Oh, there we are. Whew. So that's the hardest one of all to get out. Little monkey. Need a drink after that one. So cheers everybody anyway. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't forget, thumbs up if you like it. We're back doing what we're best at, really. Messing around with transistors and capacitors in the good old British radios. Hi, well, you see, how you doing? Don't worry. Hi, Tim, how are you? Has a dual soul sucker given up the ghost? Yeah, it's blocked again. It's blocked again, Tim. But, you know, it's about right for that, isn't it? Always does seem to block up when you need it the most. I'm really struggling with that Duratool thing. It's going to have to go at some stage. Well, if I win the lottery, it's going. Right, okay, so let's get the kit in again. See if it'll focus on that. So let's see if we've still got a transistor. So we've got 1 out of 2 that are actual transistors at the moment. Yeah, it should do that. Let's just connect this one up. Emitter, base, collector. Oh, again. Again, it thinks it's two Zeners. Again, so let's just double check the leads, make sure we're on okay. Try it again. Yeah, you can always tell when there's an issue because it takes a while to read it. So that one's got issues. It may clear when we zap it, it may not. It may need to be changed. I've got plenty more of these AF117s that are all got shorts that I can zap if necessary. Right, so let's have a look at the shorts on this one. So that's our shield wire there. So again, we should have OL for each of these. There should be absolutely no reading. We got a pretty good short there, 40 ohms. That's shield to collector, so shield to base. Around about 100k. And the emitter, 21 ohms. That one's got bad shorts on it. That's probably the worst out of the 3 of them, that one. So there we go. 3 knackered transistors. So zap time. Zappity zap time. Right, how are we going to do this? Let's go there to there. So let me just get you onto my power supply, because a lot of people ask about zapping it. Although I've done it loads and loads of times, I still keep getting the same questions asking about zapping. So I'm going to zap this with 60 volts. There's my power supply. So I put this is a dual power supply, so it's two power supplies in one really. So we've got 32 volts on this side available and 32 volts on this side. If we combine them, we've got 64 volts. I try not to go to the maximum, to be fair. I'll probably do it on 50 or 60 volts. And it's up to 5 amps. So we've got 5 amps of zapping power available. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from live on this side to neutral, so positive to negative, and I'm going to join these 2 center ones together. So we'll get my CB wires out of here in a minute. So if we loosen those up, put that bridge in, I've now got a 64 volt power supply instead of a 32. So hopefully you're with me so far. So let's make sure that we're not connected to the radio still, because I did that to a radio not very long ago. the Sony 7600, so we're definitely not connected to anything. So I'm going to put this to track, so as whatever I put on this side appears on that side. So let's turn it on. So if we go up in our voltage, let's say we can go up to 32 volts. So let's take it back to, say, 28 volts. So 28 times 2, 56 volts, isn't it? So bump the current up, so we're not holding back on the current. So that's the power supply set up. So let's get back to the transistor now. So we need a cap, and I tend to use 100 microfarad. This is 100 microfarad at 100 volts. It's actually quite a good cap, that 105 degree rated, but there you go. So what I tend to do with all of these is I always connect the negative to the shield, and then I know which way round I am. Let's see if we need to bend these back into some sort of shape. Where's my camera gone? There or there? Yeah, we need to bend these legs back into a bit of shape, because at no point zapping it, then bending them back and they snap off. So let's snap them off now rather than later. So there's no guarantee that this will clear as a transistor again, because I think some of the junctions are shorted. Apologies, I'm not looking at the chat at the moment, so bear with me. Nice blob of solder on there. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. So out of the 4 radios, this one is definitely the hardest to do. So if you've got an RP18 or an RP30, RP31 or 32, I think in the Marine Herald, they're all going to give you this sort of difficulty. If you've got the RP18, you've got this twice, because you've got exactly the same in the FM board. There, looks like that one's okay. It's not going to snap off. So we need to connect the negative. Let's just put a little bit of fresh solder on that, because I haven't done it for a while. Put this fresh solder on the negative wire. Okay, I just need to connect that on. No, actually, no. I'm jumping the gun. I'm jumping the gun. You've got to connect all 3 junctions together to start with. Come on, Graham. I'm not jumping the gun, because you still got to connect the negative to the capacitor. Just try and do it the same way every time, and you don't come unstuck, because trust me, if you get this the wrong way round, it will go off bang. Not the transistor, but the capacitor. So you need to make sure that you connect this up the right way round. So I'm just connecting the negative to the shield wire. So now I've got a loose connection, so this is like a little switch. So the idea is I'm going to connect my leads up, so that one to the positive, that one to the negative, so I'm the right way round. So what I'm going to do is fire the power supply up and just touch those together like that. That's the plan. So let's do it. Hopefully it won't go bang and fire me across the other side of the room. I heard a snick then. Did you hear that? Okay. So bear in mind we've got 60 volts, or 56 volts DC set on that. So just need to bleed that off with a resistor really. Well, you don't have to, you can just short it across I suppose. But if you bleed it off nicely with a resistor, you'll increase the lifetime of your capacitor. If I can find one with 2 legs on it, here we go. What's this? 220. There we go. So I just, this is just a wire wound resistor. Bit overkill really, but just a case of going in and just taking the charge out of that. So that should be dead now. Nothing connected. So next thing we're going to do is just connect that up to there. So we're now soldering this across the capacitor. So you're with me so far? So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to connect this back up to the power supply. Again, make sure we're the right way around. So we want positive and negative. Again, this is not my idea. Don't think I've invented this because I haven't. So we should be able to turn that power supply back on again. Again, it's not drawing any current, which is good. And now we need to whack it with something. Let's get rid of that out of the way so it doesn't short it. So I'm just going to get a screwdriver and all that does really is just, I'm just looking to knock off any little whiskers that are really close to the surface. Don't have to go mad, don't kill it. There we go. So again, let's discharge the cap because it's still full of charge. It's still got 56 volts sat on it. Just bleed that off. So this is one of the ones that was shown as diodes. So it'd be interesting to see if it's actually shown as a transistor again now. If it isn't, then we'll discard it. It might still work in circuit, but it's unlikely. What's happening with them chickens? Make sure nothing's having a go at my chickens a minute. And then we'll test that on the transistor tester. See if it now shows it as a transistor. Now they're just fighting amongst themselves, I think. The old pecking order's kicking in. Okay. So this will be interesting. Have we now got a transistor? If you remember before, it was just shown as 2 Zener diodes. Yes, it's back in the room. Oh, I'm going to push the wrong button. Just want to see what the leakage is. 0.3399 leakage. You're always going to get leakage on a germanium. And just to show you that, if I hold my fingers on this, so remember that figure, 0.399. Let's just hold my fingers on that a minute, just to warm it up. Because these are very, very heat, susceptible to heat. I was going to say heat dependent then, but they're not. So just had my fingers on that for a couple seconds, not even a minute. Just test that again. And that's gone up to 0.429. So the hotter it is, the higher the leakage. Seems to be the case. But we now have one working good transistor that can go back in. So next then, let's do this one up. A think the whiskers grow back in time? They haven't grown back in my time yet, Nick. Oh, no worries, Jeff. Just checking my chat a minute. Electrosplastic capacitor. Victor, how you doing? Derek, how you doing? Thunder in Wales. Thunder in Wales. No. Stay in, mate. Keep them dogs safe. Mine were barking the place down the other day when it was thunder here. So again, I'm just going to straighten these legs out as I did in the other one, just to make sure they don't snap off. So again, I think this is one of the ones that's just shown as 2 Zeners. I'll double check that before I connect it up again. Well, I just popped that one quickly back on the transistor checker just to see if this is one of the ones that's shown as a double Zener diode. I think it is. I think the one with the little bit of green insulation was the only one that was actually reading as a transistor. No, so this is reading as a two diode junction common cathode Zener diode. So same again with this one. Going to connect the 3 junctions together. If it'll stop moving around, that is. So let's do the same again. We'll connect our negative to the negative on the capacitor. So there's our little zap-in switch. So again, make sure we go right the way around. Negative, positive. Let's get rid of that solder out of the way. Got nothing to short anything out yet. So I could turn the lights out and see if we could see it. See if we can see a spark. Towards this one's yeah, this camera's not that clever, unfortunately. I might be able to see that. Okay, so power supply on. Nothing on that one. I've darkened the camera right down there. So let's turn that off. Just discharge that. I say you could stick a screwdriver, I suppose, across it. I think discharging it will just help this capacitor live a bit longer. Right, so again, I'm just going to join that to there. So that's all one unit. Again, in with the power supply, and let's whack them. I have connected these up backwards before, and they do go bang, people, the capacitors, so really be careful. If in doubt, wear some safety glasses. You zap at your own risk. Right. Discharge it. It's gone a bit darker now, isn't it? Let's just bump that light up a little bit more on that camera. There we go. Be careful not to leave any solder on the legs, otherwise you will not get them back in those little ferrules. A little tiny bit of solder on it, they won't go back in. Okay. So let's see if we've done it again. See if we've saved another transistor. Let's say Sean has got my R707 there that I zapped many years ago. Well, I say many years ago, it's probably 4 years ago I did that one. I believe it's still going strong. And I zapped the transistors in the module on that one. So it was very brave, wasn't it? You've got to be pretty confident to do that. That's back before I had the ability to test the modules before they went back in the radio. Okay. So let me, no, let's just get rid of me there. Let's just get the multimeter back in. I tell you, I didn't check that other one for shorts, did I? I didn't check that other one for shorts. That was a bit naughty. Let's just do that a minute. Did I or didn't I? I know we measured it. What have I done with it? I can't find it now. Come on, where have you gone? That's the one we're just about to do. This is transistor number 2. That's number 3. Where's number 1 gone? Under there. I don't think I checked to see that the shorts had gone. So again, this is something that you need to do. And I've had transistors that I've had to zap more than once, by the way. 15 minutes, thank you. Yeah, I've had transistors that I've had to zap more than once because it hasn't cleared the shorts the first time. So here we go again, so should be no reading now. So we're showing, let me just get you in the camera shot. If I can, where am I there? I want to be up here, really. There we go. So that's our shield wire. So if I touch that, it should stay at OL, which it does. Base. An emitter. There we go. Good to go, that one. Right, we can do the same with this one while we're here. Before we test it, see if it's now a transistor. Oops. So which one are we? With the second one in. That one is the shield. See if we've cleared this one. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, so that one's clear as well. So let's bring the component tester in and see if this is still showing as a Zener or whether we've sorted that. Fingers crossed. Have we now got a transistor? Yes, we have. Oh. And I'm just looking at this leakage. I mean, if that was quite a high figure, the transistor would be shot pretty much. And again, if there's HFE, I mean, these AF117s are usually quite good gain on them. If that was, instead of, say, a couple hundred, if it was down like 60 or 70 HFE, then again, your transistor's pretty much shot. So there we are, 2 out of 3 saved. Last one then, I've got time to do the last one before chicken run. Last one. So let's get this one done as well. It's got a little green sleeve on it. We'll leave the green sleeve on. Hacker put it on. Graham's going to leave it on. So yeah, thanks for the warning there, Andrew. And anyone else that warned me. The dogs have already been out in the field today, so they don't need a run as such, and the gate is actually open to the field for them, but they don't tend to wander out in there on their own, really. They usually wait for one of us to go out with them, so just go ahead and let them have a wee, do their business. Oh, you're getting a dual angle on this now, look. Oh dear. What's going on, Graham? What are you up to now? Chickens! Energy bars. Right, so again, we're going to join those junctions together for full zappability. Make sure all 3 are joined as well. If you've got one leg loose, you'll end up blowing up the transistor. We won't blow it up, you'll just ruin it. Won't be any use. So I'm going to connect up the negative to the shield again. Again, you can connect the negative up to the other junction. It doesn't matter which way round, as long as you get the power supply the right way round. Okay, so there we go, there's our little switch again. Let's connect them up. Positive to positive, negative to negative. Doesn't matter which way round this is, as long as that's the right way round, you're okay. So we'll try it again with the light out. You never know, we might get a flash. We might get a flash. No, I did hear a little snick there. The first one was the best one. Okay. Discharge it. Just want to connect that to there. Bang bang time. Not literally, but you know. I have hit those wires with a screwdriver before. That's not pretty either. That makes you jump a bit. Doesn't do any harm, but certainly makes you jump. Okay. Power supply off. And we could actually just show you that that has retained its charge. If I put that across, it's still got 30 volts in it. Look, and falling. So that's why you discharge it, really. So if I discharge it now, you'll find that the voltage will creep back up again, but that should now be next to nothing. Look, see it creeping back up again. But done. Keep that there because we're going to need that in a minute. Let's just turn that on to ohms. Right, let's just get this disconnected again then. That's our zapping cap gone for the day. I don't need him again, hopefully. Famous last words, isn't it? I was absolutely amazed when I tried this first off and it worked. So it is like magic. It really is, especially when you can get a radio to come back to life for absolutely no outlay whatsoever, really. Okay, so let's make sure this is not got any shorts still. So that's the easiest way to do that way. Emitter, nothing. Base. Collector. Oh, that's me touching it. Ooh, steady. Nothing. There we go. Oh, I've got to just check that, am I? Just to make sure it's a transistor still. Because if you don't do that, and you have made a mistake, and you have zapped the transistor, you've put that transistor in, and you've created yourself a fault to find in the radio. Which is never good to try to find faults that you've actually created yourself. How do I know that? Because I've done it many times. Okay then. Here we go. Final transistor. We've still got a transistor. It's quite high HFE still, isn't it? 220. Leakage 0.134. So again, another good transistor. And now we have 3 working transistors saved from the scrap to go back in. So hopefully any of you that were a bit dubious about zapping them will have a bit more confidence to do that now. It is fairly easy. I don't know what that is in there. It's fairly straightforward. It's just getting yourself set up. Make sure you've got everything ready to do it. Get rid of any distractions and away you go. Zap away. Okay. Let me zoom out on that. Let's get rid of the picture-in-picture of my ear. Suddenly you can see it's getting darker in here, can't you? Let's just put that light up. My hair's still spiky, by the way. Oh dear. Chickens? Yeah, I know. I've got some 2 minutes, Theo. 2 minutes. As I say, I got it from Mark Hennessy, Doug. If you Google Mark Hennessy transistors, cracking on. I keep banging on about it every time I do them, you know. Yeah, we're zapping. We're zapping, sure. Steak, egg and chips, a pint, Mrs. Mancave burger and lemonade. Bargain. Hi Richard, how are you? Yeah, have a go, mate. It ain't difficult really. Just make sure you've got everything to hand. I use 100 microfarads. You can use a bigger cap if you want to. It'll store more energy. Not that you need a lot of energy because you're connected to the power supply anyway. So, you know. Give the transistor somewhere to buy. Are we coming back? Of course we're coming back, Ninja. All I've got to do now, I've got to nip down. I've got to make up some porridge for the chickens with some mealworms in it. Get me wellies on. Get over in the field. Collect any eggs that are left. I went over and picked up 7 earlier. But just make sure there's no other eggs lying around anywhere. Let the dogs have a bit of a run and then I'll be back. Sort of 15 minutes or so. It won't be long. So let's just write a little note. Let's just write a little note. Let's write a little note. Pop it on the radio there. Hopefully you can see that. Just darken that down a little bit. Oh, he says knocking it. There we go. Couldn't tip the waiter. Cheers, Sean. Right, go and have a brew, people. Go and thanks for posting that, Andrew. That is the article that I always keep referring to, and it's how I got the confidence to do it myself. So use a big cap. You don't get a bigger bang, George, for a bigger cap. Really, it just holds its charge for longer, that's all. Rerun last Sunday's show, yeah. No intermission music. Sorry, I haven't got... I can put Radio 4 on for you, but I'd have to turn the other microphone on then. So, should I put Radio 4 on for you? No, I'm not tuned into Radio 4. You'll have to have it. You'll have to have it as muted for now. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes, people. Talk amongst yourselves, and if you've got any questions for me, highlight them in orange, and I'll pick them up when I come back in a bit. See you in a minute. Right, let's just pop the audio back on. Yeah, we've got the audio, so I don't know if the audio will stretch out to the field, but you can hear the chickens going mental then. Come on then, in the field. So there's Coco and Maddie going out in the field. Go on then. Here come the chickens. Mind out then. Get back. Go, hush, pecking me leg. Get off. Get off, it's pecking my leg. Flipping it, get off. That's my leg, you. Oi. It's Daddy's leg. You've got melon here, look. Can you hear this lot? Hello, Rusty. Go on then, Rusty. Rusty. Ow, God, flipping heck. Mental they are. Mental chicken. Coco, go in and go toilet. Go on. Right. So let's see if we've got any more eggs. We've got Bella in here who is brooding at the moment. Happy. Broody Bella. Get out. Go on. No, you don't like it, do you? Right, no more eggs. Fine. Excellent. Let's just feel with the dogs. Come on, Coco, this way. Looks like Mrs. Cruncher's altered the fence again for some reason. She's an animal. Come on then. Quickly, in. Come on. Coco, in. Come on. In you come. Good boy. There we go. There we go. Chickens and dogs. Just got to get a treat for Coco and Maddie now. Got to get a treat for me, Maddie. I've been stung on my back of my leg by something. Either a stinging net or something nasty. One of the two. So, what's Mummy got for you for treats then, Coco? Oh, here we go. Oh, nice chew each. There you go then. Off you go then. Good boy, good girl. Right. Go on, Matty. Go and have a treat. She's looking at me and says, "Are you coming down yet, Daddy? Are you coming down yet?" There we go. So hopefully you've got some of the commentary there. I can hear the chickens going mental. Pecking my leg, those sods. That hurt, that did. It's because I got shorts on, not trousers. Right. Let's have a look then. Yeah, we've still got audio by the looks of it. Well, there you go. There you go. Did you get the full commentary, people? Did you get the full commentary? Hi, Macomp. Chickens did get me, I think. Did you get the audio? Did you pick the audio up, people? I don't know how far out it went. You just let us know whether the audio reached right out into the field when I was talking about the veg. Be interesting to know the range of this thing. Pretty phenomenal. No worries. No worries, Peter. Spanky, how you doing, Simon? Dom's in as well, afternoon. Just checking in before work. I'm pretending to be a chicken. I'm just catching up on the chat. Glass Slinger put a new video out. You heard me pretending to be a chicken, did you? You want to see the peck injury and the swearing too? Broke up a bit. It was pretty good, really. It's got quite a range, isn't it? Being it's on top of the main camera here. Have I ever considered wearing a dress? Not really on weekends, Ninja. Foul language, Pat. How you doing? Tell him to duck off. Right, okay. Let's get back to business, shall we? Let's get back to business. So, let's get on it. No, that's the wrong one. Wrong button. That's that one. Webcam, picture in picture. There we go. Let's finish off the rest of my beard. Did I put all of that in there or not? Yes, I did. So I'm going to have a waggle dance now. Again, I don't like to have too much when Mrs. Cruncher's away, just in case something happens with her car later on and I've got to go and pick her up. I certainly don't want to be over the limit. So, I shall only have about 10. No, I'm only joking. Right. So we need to get a new cap for that. Does it need to be an axial? Yeah, probably does need to be an axial, although it's a bit of a stretch for an axial, that. Let's have a look what we've got here. So what did I say it should be? 300 ohms it said in the book. There was a 250 in it, wasn't it? Was it 250? 250 at 15 volts in there. I would say 15 volts. Yeah, it's not really the power supply, but I'd want to stick bigger than 15 volts in it. 330. Or do we want to go closer to the 300? Well, 330 is pretty close to 300, isn't it, really? What have we got in 330? So we've got some 35 volts here. Some 35 volters. They'll do. They're not... stopping that going down. Me never does falling down. So we've got a 35 volt. Look at the difference in size. Big difference, isn't it? RAC time. RAC? The beer. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not gonna go mental this week, Peter. I've got there's my Radiocruncher beer pot that Mrs. Cruncher gave me for Christmas last year. Can never read the writing because of the shine on it, and I've got some Waggle Dance honey beer, brewed by Marston's in Bedford, apparently. But I did think it was Welsh, but then I got myself mixed up. Right, let's give that board a bit of a clean off, because that's a bit... You can see that someone's been at that. Actually, we've got to put the transistors in first before we do that cap, because otherwise we won't be able to get at the transistor. I'm just cleaning off the board in that area while we're in there. So we'll put the same transistor back in the same hole. So that was number 3, this one. And very kindly, Hacker have marked on the board which terminal's which. So look on the overhead camera. Yeah, you can see that. Emitter base shield collector. This light is a bit of a pain, isn't it? So it's very nice of them. So I happen to know which way round these are, but if you don't know the way these are polarized, if you look at the legs on these, if I can get it flat to the camera. Where are we? If we can get it flat to the camera, you see there's a bigger gap on this side. So the one with the big gap is the collector is sort of out on its own, really. If you look underneath, you can sort of see that. So you've got collector, shield, base, and emitter in that order. And very luckily for us, that's how it's polarized on this. I've just got to get it lined up. These are tricky to do as well, especially with there we go. Right, so there we are. Back in business. If I can get it in the camera. We're back in. So let's solder that up quick before it decides to move. I think you can just see that. So I'm going to pop a little bit of flux down there because it's had a little bit of hammer this board, so this will just help it, the solder flow a bit better. Actually, I've got this bent tip on there, haven't I? Oh, it doesn't matter. I like to put a good bit of solder in there just to make sure it runs right the way through and out the other side. Certainly not going to be any dry joints on the ones I do anyway. Again, famous last words, isn't it? Just let it cool down a second. Base collector, emitter, ground. No, it's some collector, shield, base emitter. So let's have a look. So what I'm looking for here is that I've got solder coming through all of the holes. There's one there I haven't, isn't there? In fact, those center two probably could just do with a little bit more solder. Both these end ones, you can see solder at the top. They will be soldered, to be honest, but I just like to get it all the way through and out the other side. So let's just pop a little bit more on those two center ones. You can usually tell when it goes through because they sort of like pop, and if it doesn't go all the way through, you can always just add a little bit at the other side. Just wait for that to cool. Okay, we've got it on one, that one, for sure. Still not this one, so let's just heat that up and see if it pops up over. Just pop a little bit in that one from the top then. You don't have to do this, but I don't know if you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, you can just sort of see what I'm doing there. There we are. Solder coming out of all four. So let's pop this cap in. Make sure we get this the right way round. Be the first time I put one in backwards, would it, people? This one should fit in the case a bit better now as well, with a decent sized cap in it, not one of those massive great ones. Where do we need to go? That way? I'll tell you what, I can never get the hang of which way I've got to move with the camera, you know. These are fairly robust boards on these. You can lift traces on them. You know, don't get me wrong, if you're a bit heavy with your soldering on, you are going to lift traces on them still, but I got my soldering iron set at 350 at the moment. That's the ground plane there, so that's a little bit harder to flow. That's fine. Zoom out a little bit because we want it a bit close there. Alright, where's my side cutters gone? give that a bit of a clean up while we're in here. Let's get the old brush on it. Don't embrace this job, get it done properly. Get rid of all of Hacker's flux they put in many years ago. There you go. Bro. Done. One done. Two to go. Right, let's do this other cap. Let's do it as we go. So get rid of this dally thing here. Don't dilly-dally, get rid of the dally. 10 UF, 12 volts. Where's that one across? There and there. Okay. So again, I'll pop a fresh bit of solder on there. I'm going to change this iron tip actually because I only put this one on to get that awkward, awkward leg just now. So let's put the decent chisel tip back on. Just got bigger surface area so it heats the component a bit quicker. So back on our chisel tip. Where we are, there we are. Sucky suck. Oh, it left a bit of solder behind that. You can't quite see that, can you? It left my big lump of solder behind that. Saves me sucking it out. Done it again. Crazy thing. Right, let's see if that's freed him. See if it's freed it. Free the dally. Free the dally. I want to be free. Set me free. Oh dear, the madness is setting in, people. Well, that was definitely free there, but I think that was just caught on the edge of the trace there. We don't want to lift that trace. Are you going to be naughty? You're not going to lift, are you, trace? Trace is lifting here, please. Where's me goggles? Let's get the old X-ray specs on that. No, he's not going to lift it. Right, just say which way round that is. Because this one's not marked on the board, I don't think, from memory. No, it's not. Apologies because I'm out of shot now, but let's just go in on the main camera a minute. Let's pull this one out. So that is the positive, I believe. So 10 microfarads, 12 volts. What's this? 10 microfarads, 35 volts. Caps on. Come on, straighten up, you little monkey. There's nothing worse than capacitors that don't look straight in the circuit. It stand out like a sore thumb. Right. Derek! Cheers, mate. I'm looking at the wrong camera. Thank you, Derek. Brilliant. The one next to the resistor looks a bit dull, Derek. Which one's that then? Where are we talking? Down here somewhere. That one there, you mean? They all look a bit dull, to be honest. Derek, what was that? I just dropped on the floor. Something else probably important. Oh no, it's only that horrible cap. Right. Gozy looks like my lad is live over on Twitch at the moment. Alice, aka Gozy, is live on Twitch. The soldering iron's decided to turn itself off. Batteries look okay on the mic at the moment. It's all going good, people. It's all good. Get rid of that. I've got some brushes that Doug gave me actually for doing this. Okay. Next up is another transistor. Or should we do that cap? It's easier to do this cap now, actually, while we're in there. Hello, looks like someone's had a bit of an issue with the board there, look. Where are we? Where are you, Graham? There, look. We have a broken trace there. I think Andrew had something similar. This isn't your radio, Andrew, is it? Isn't that one that you had the problems with? Doesn't look a very shiny joint, that. Certainly looks like it's had a bit of heat. I really ought to clean the soldering tool out, really, but we're nearly there. We're on the home straight now. The only thing we've got to worry about after this is whether the amplifier is any good or not, because the rest of it should work now. It's done it again. Get off. Depositing your... Yeah, it's not very good solder in there. Let's just do that again. Better. Let's run some fresh solder in there as well. Mrs. Cruncher's having McDonald's tonight, look. She's working till 11:30. they send, or somebody goes out and gets a takeout. So I think that's one of the reasons she likes doing the late shift, because she gets a takeaway. God, that one's got flipping hot now. Right, where's my X-ray specs? Where's my X-ray specs? So magnifying glasses. Just check my chat a minute, otherwise I get too far behind. George, poo! Thank you, mate. The black wire, Derek. Other side. Okay, I'll have a look in a minute. Have you eaten? I had a roast dinner today, Sean, at around 2 o'clock. So I've got some snacks lined up. Okay, let's have a quick look at this, make sure we're not moving the board. No, certainly not. Okay, so let's check which is which. I don't know if this one is marked. That is positive, that is negative to the back. So what's this one then? This is 40 microfarads at 16 volts. Just leave that in there at the moment so I know which way. 40 at 16 volts. It's going to have to be 47, isn't it? But we can do a radial now because it's upright. So at 47 at 16, what have we got? Did I say 16? 16 volts. Should we go a bit higher? Should we go 35? What are those? 50's a bit too much. Let's go 35. Bit of a mix and match of caps going in here, really, bit of everything. As I say, we're not doing a restoration here, we're doing a repair. But saying that, these will be fine. Right. 5 hours I must eat. I've got some liquid intake though. I've got some carbs going in me. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, mate. I'll go and get some bits in a minute. Can't believe I've been on so long, really. Too much yapping at the start, really, isn't it? But then you've got no bit of history. Got a bit of history about it. So we're thinking this radio is going to be around about 1964, which is the same age as me, which is 26 years old. I wish. I wish. Whew. So we'll solder this back together, Sean, on it, down and get some snacks and bring back up before we hook it back up for a live test. We'll also check those caps out of circuit as well. That one. Oh, the other one I dropped on the floor, didn't I? So we'll check all of those out of circuit as well. On the cap tester, do a bit of capacitor roulette. Capacitor bingo. We all love a bit of capacitor bingo. Right. We've got to stick the this one back in, which you can't see because I'm on the wrong camera really, but there we go. We'll go on to the main camera. This one next then. That's my cap. Make sure he's not wonky. We don't like wonky caps. Finicky, I know, but you know. So that was number 2. Coming number 2. Where's number 2? I can't see any marking on that one. That one's number 2. So again, we've got the same markings on the board. Let's have a look over at camera. Blue. Down a bit. There we go. So collectors this way. This is collector, shield, base emitter again. I'm just sort of like dressing the legs a little bit first, so this gives them a bit of an easier chance to go in. So that way around, collector, shield, base. Come on, in you go. In. Got the light the wrong side of me really. Let's get that. That's better, I can see now. There we go. It's amazing what you can do when you can see, isn't it? And shall we pop the other one in while we're in here? Was that a bridge too far? Because this last one is a pig to get in, it really is. Said that, I'll probably go in first time now. No, it's not going to, because all the pins need sucking out. There's me put the solder sucker away, and out he's got to come again. You'll see, you literally cannot get in here. You can't get in there. Can I get in that way? No, because I need to get my soldering iron in that way. So basically 2 of the holes on this transistor, I don't know if you can see it, you might better just, yeah, you can just about see it there. But what I'm whinging about is 2 of those holes, can you see? Those first 2 have still got solder in them. So there's no way that I'm going to be able to get the legs of the transistor in there. Let's see if I can get some braid in there. So I just need to get that off really. I'll tell you what, this is the hardest one to do, this last one. Well, it's the first one actually, because it's T1. No, it hasn't got it. I'm going to have to get the solder sucker on the other side. What a pain. In fact, that one's not cleared either. Oh well. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, eh? Got a bit of glare on there, but yeah, basically there's a couple of those have still got solder in them, so there's no way that I'm going to get that transistor to go through the holes. It's typical, isn't it? The very hardest one as well. All the others are pretty easy, but that one. Let me just solder this one in then while I'm at it. Being that we're there. Come on, run. Looks like I'm running miles of soldering, but don't forget this is pretty thin solder. I think it's 0.7 this. Let's look at the other side. Oh, they've all run perfect. They've all run through fine, those. You can see that. They've all come through to the top, so there's no problems with that. It's just this last one then that we've got to get the old solder out of it. So let's put a little bit of flux down them, because I think all 4 of these have still got solder in them, because remember I did have to pull that one quite a lot to get it out. Still got solder in it, I think. Better. Mustn't forget our little wire as well. Nearly. We've had this problem before, haven't we? Because I can remember I stuck a needle down one, at one stage to clear them. We may end up doing something similar today, but we'll see. I've got a capacitor leg at the ready. Which I'm going to put down through anyway. It does take a fair bit of heat to heat those ferrules up. See, that one's... Oh, where's my goggles again? I'll tell you what, it's getting hot up here now. Strange, isn't it? Yeah, see, that one's still got solder in there. I can see it now. I can see clearly. That one's through. That one's through. That one's not through. And that one's through, so it's just this one here. Still got solder in him. Right, let's have a look at that. That should have done it. Yeah, I think the end of that one's slightly, what's the word I'm looking for? Slightly closed up. I can't bend the end of me rodding tool over now. Zoom out a bit. Way too close. Gone and bent me rodding tool over. That doesn't sound good, does it? You call full belly from Weatherspoons. Hammering down. Right. So just need to, at the end of this, ferrule's closed over for some reason. I don't know why. That's better. Now we're in business. Okay. You can't really see where I am because I'm behind this ferrite and what am I trying to say here? Transformer. So let's get the light in there again. Get my goggles on because it's really difficult to see now. You really got to hope that you got these in the right way around because we're going to be in all sorts of trouble else. There, okay. She's in. She is in. Can see all 4 wires looking good. Let's have a double check that I am incorrect. So we've got collector shield base emitter. Hang on. Oh, we were in wrong way round. Always worth checking. Let's check the other camera on. That's always worth checking. I was a bit quick then, wasn't I? Just as well I checked that. Thought it went in a bit too easy as well. Shield base limiter. Now we're in right, I believe. Yeah. Makes me want to check the other ones now. Yeah, they're in all right. Okay. For some reason, because that's the hardest one, it's the one I always get wrong. Can you remember I put a GT322B in one of those once and it was wrong? Oh dear. Got to be done though, isn't it? You know. Like I say, you've got to love fault finding your own work, really. I must remember to put the green wire back on this one, Graham. I've got to check we haven't got a solder bridge there now. Let's check that a minute. No, we haven't. Right, so this wire's got to go to that terminal. Second one in. Okay, isopropyl. Got a good brush in. Where do I need to be? I need to be that way around, don't I, for you? I need to be that way around. There we go. I was going to reflow that joint there as well, wouldn't I? Must do that. All that does is just picks up all the flux. If you just stick this on it and do that and brush it around, you're just brushing the flux. You're not actually removing it. You've got to have something to soak it actually up with. There we go. Done. Let's get rid of that. Right. Let's get my beer put back in there. Take my empties down and see what I can find down in the kitchen to eat, shall we? Are you on the side? That's CB jargon, that is, Sean. On the side, on the side, on the side. On the side, let it slide. Right, so let me go and get some crisps or something. How's these puppies down here? Well, they're not puppies, they're full-sized dogs, but... Oh, Coco's balls up, and Maddie's hiding under the chair. Right, let's wash the flux off the hands again. Right, just mute the mic and go toilet, because, you know, so. Right, I don't know how the batteries are faring in this, but it still seems to be going. So let's have a look what we've got in the cupboards. What can I procure to eat? Oh gosh, she's got me loads of treats. Mini cheese. What's that? Mini cheese bakes. Oh, there we go. That'll do me. Mrs. Cruncher done the shopping yesterday. She sorted me right out by the looks of it. All sorts. What the hell's that? Crostini? Olive oil. My God. Luxury. Luxury. Oh, and I got a couple of sausages. Sausages. Left over from yesterday. Sausages. A banana. There's a couple of tomatoes as well, look. There you go. Right. Okay, Sean. I'm fully snacked up. I'm ready to go. I got me mini cheeses, me leftover sausages, and a banana. Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas. Be Christmas soon, won't it, people? Did you solder back the green wire? Yes, I did, Doug. There, look. Whether I got it on the right terminal or not is another thing. Yeah. You certainly do. Aston is on about these little monkeys down here. Out of the Selena Vega. You call them Poppy, do you? Well, Aston said to, because I've still got no activity on the IF, or past the first IF on the Selena. Aston said to try these little caps, because they're renowned for being bad. And the first one I pulled out was absolutely bang on. It was spot on the money. It was bang on the money. The second one I pulled out was terrible, so I've had to order some in. Sausages. Bramley apple and pork they are. Just a job. Cooked on the barbecue last night. Pollock, I like a bit of pollock, Benji. I used to catch that down Plymouth, actually, off of West O Pier. Pollock. I'm sure Aston will know where that is. Elphinstone Quay and West O Pier. And the Mayflower Steps as well. I used to catch them off there. Oh, Poopy. Poopy, I thought you said Poppy. Pull them out, Theo. Right, I'll have my sausages. I've downed one already. Still got 3 videos to go, yeah. Got 3 to look at. How are we doing? 7 o'clock. So we've been on 3.5 hours, haven't we? So it's not too bad. Actually, not very hungry, to be fair. Mrs. Cruncher done us a lovely roast pork for lunch, which was really, well, not lunch, it was the main meal, dinner. Very nice. And for my tea, I was going to have some pulled pork and apple rolls. Very nice. Plenty of time, George. The others won't take anywhere near as long as this one. Right, that's my sausages devoured. Board's cleaned up, everything's back in. I was going to just reflow that one, wouldn't I? Just reflow that dodgy one a minute. If I can cube it, there we go. The reason it's dodgy is because they haven't used a straight bit of wire, they've used it's bent up at each end. Let's make sure we've got a connection then between, let's say, there. Where does it go down to? There. Yeah, good. Okay. So, what we're going to do with this switch, this is rubbish, isn't it? This is one of these ones with the double switch as well in it. I don't know if you can see that or not. You see down in there? So if you look at the switch, we've actually got two sets of terminals on it. So very often if this switch fails, you can switch the wires over to this side and it will work. So that's worth trying a minute. So let's get our meter on, which is on the ohms scale, jammed in there. It's on buzzer at the moment. So let's turn that switch. No, it's absolutely knackered, that one. Yeah, there is no switch action whatsoever on that. So I'm going to need to put another pot in there, I expect. I expect it's broken inside. So the Heath Robinson ejector seat switch is going to have to stay for a minute while we test it. Right, let's get the chassis back up. The case, I mean. This is the chassis. Zoom this main camera out a minute. I can usually lay these down sort of like that. They will connect back up again. They look clean enough. We'll just give that a quick buzz with some switch cleaner. Just make sure we've got a decent connection down there, because as I say, I'm not going to go recapping the amp today. That's that one. So I need to make sure I've got my power supply put back together. What on earth are we looking at now? I don't know what I switched you onto there. Oh, I do. Yeah, it was the camera looking at the bins. Right, yeah, I've done this before as well. Forgot to take the bridge out of the power supply and written off radios as not working when they were actually perfectly okay. Just I had the bridge in still. So it's only connected to one of the terminals. Okay, so we're not connected to anything there, are we, Graham? Once bitten, twice shy, as they say. But, you know, I'll make the mistake again at some stage. We don't want to track anymore. So we want this at 18 volts. Current right down on the limit, just in case I've put something back wrong. And let's go with red. Okay. Have we still got no action? It's a pain in the neck that we can't Right, so I think, well, we are working now, but I think we've got issues with the amplifier.
Just getting to the semi-finals of the isn't good enough. We're ready. We are physically definitely ready. Because semi-final, everyone would want to take part and join in, and I just want them to enjoy it. So for me as well, looking forward to the semis. We've been already twice now in the semi this season, and of course we're happy with going as far as we have, but we're not satisfied. We want to go one step further. I know that when you come to a semi-final, you're playing against big teams, good teams with quality. It's time to step up for big players, big game moments.
So my last IF transistor down here.
Any little moment can change a game, can win you the game, can lose you the game.
Very loud and on the amplifier. Unless it's not a good earth.
Would winning the Europa League be bigger for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer than it would for himself?
So we have got an issue with the amp.
That's why they put him there. He's that.
So let's flick the old Wing Commander switch. Let's see, we've got another amplifier here. Is that A205? There we go. Let's just try another amplifier in it then a minute. And then we'll move on, I think. We've certainly got the hardest part of it done. And the amplifier board is really just going to be a recap job. Right, where's my other amplifier board? I had it here a second ago. It's not looking that good because I've got some transistors pulled off the heatsink there. I wonder why that is. I'm not sure whether this board works or not. I haven't got a test amp for this yet. We can try it. Let's get a bit of something to put in between so we don't short ourselves out on anything. Let's try that. That one's totally dead. That one's drawing. Well, it's drawing more like the sort of current I expect it to draw. Or whatever their moniker was at that time. What do you think is strength those young
players that have come through the system that he now has at the club?
I think that's part of his experience. If you remember, Ollie wasn't always in the...
So that amp's not that brilliant either, but it is working now. It is working. So we've just got to recap the amp and then we'll be in business. Certainly the IF board is fine. I'm getting a good signal at the last IF. Then it will need an alignment. So it looks like I've got two. I might as well redo this one while I'm at it. I might have pulled those transistors because they're no good. Come on. So that's that one working to a point. Not finished, but we've sorted the worst of it. So that's a fairly easy finish, that one now. Wing Commander. As I say, a recap on the amp is going to take a fair time. Look at the capacitors in the thing. Tony! Oh, dipping in and out. Hope you and the fan base are having fun. We are. It could be resistors as well, George. You're quite right. It's got these horrible carbon comp ones. And thanks very much, Tony. Good man. Hi. What's Chris up to? Something about his turkey. Pouring down. Been all day. Chickens look wet and miserable. They do look miserable and dreary, don't they, when they've got wet? Yeah. I don't know if you can see all I don't know if it'll focus on that or not. Way. A bit too bright there because I've got the light literally right on top of it. But it's full of these little cylindrical resistors with end caps on them. And they're notoriously bad. So really to do one of these amps, you need to do the whole lot really. I mean, these yellow ones are always pretty good. I've never had one of these bad. I have had them break away from the board before. You don't normally need to touch those yellow ones. Just we've got a whole load of dallies there. Shocking. So yeah. So that'll be the next job on this one, is to recap the amp. Something we can perhaps do next week at some stage. So let's get him out of the way. And let's pull another one from the box. Let's pull another one from George's big box. My, you have a big box, George. We did have, I've got it now. I don't think it'd be the output pair. They're pretty robust on those, Brett. They can take a lot of hammer. Let's pull another one. Let's go for a blackie because we've got two blueies. And George did give me some more of those lovely pencils as well, by the way. I did use those pencils, George, to mark up the holes for the fixing bracket for my aerial pole. So let's zoom out a little bit because we're massively in again. Next up then we've got, this is the later RP35. This one's been robbed by the looks of it. Someone's had away with the badge. Shame, I don't think I've got a spare one of those. That's the one with the sort of like almost italic writing on it, isn't it? So look at the other, one of the other ones. Have they got badges on them? Oh God, that one's missing a badge as well. Have we got all badge-free ones, have we? Oh no, that one's got one. So yeah, that's the sort of badge it should have. The same as the blue one there. So slightly italic capital letters. Hacker badge. Gone. Gone. Vamoose. Well, I think that's probably the least of its worries. We've still got the Rexine in the handle. And the handle is intact. These aren't the slip-off ones, actually. It's a bit crusty. It's obviously been in a garage or something, this one. But, uh-oh. We're grillless. We have a rear grill incident. What else is going for this then? Rexine looks in good nick. Oh, we've got a beat up. We've got a beat up turntable on the bottom. He'd been smashed. Someone's dropped that one from a high height and smashed the turntable. This one ain't looking good so far. We're badgeless, turntableless, and back grillless. We have a switch on this one though. Let's have a look inside. Oh, hang on, no, we've got. Oh no, I got all excited then that we actually got the grill. Someone's drilled holes in it. So that's some junk. Oh, hello. Hello, someone's been in here. Hello. Got a wibbly wobbly. Let's get in a bit closer. We need to see the guts of them. Get in the guts of them, look. So we've got a wibbly wobbly. That's extra resonance. It gives a better sound, that I expect. It's been recapped as well. God. Oh dear, is that the one? Let's have a look what they've done. As George is not to blame for this. George didn't do these. No touchy, George. Let's have a little look at that soldering job in a minute. Let's see what amazing things have happened here. Because usually you got pads lifted when people have been messing with these. It's that way. That one looks okay. Looks okay. Ooh, whether they got the right values in here either is always a worry. Okay, we have got a broken track there. We have got a broken track there, I can see. Where's my tweezers? Yeah, we have got a broken track there. So this has been discarded as not working, probably because he's put a fault on it himself. Whoever's done this. We've got a strange, we've got a strange twinning of capacitors here to get. Looks like they haven't been able to get the right value, so they've chucked two in parallel, which looks an absolute pig's ear. So that's going to have to come out. So it's not going to work with that track broken. How are we doing there? That one's okay. This one. That one is moving a bit. So he has come loose, but he is still attached by the looks of it. Oh, we got another broken track there. think, is that broken or is that one of those ferrules? No, that's a ferrule. No, we're right there. That's not been touched. These are notorious for breaking off. That one's okay. So we've got a broken track there which we need to fix a minute. Should we chuck another couple caps in there? What's he got in here? We've got, in parallel, we've got a 4.7 and a 2.2 in parallel. So any of you people that can do the maths, a 4.7 and a 2.2 in parallel, what does that give us? Do we add them together? 7.9? Oh dear. It's all good fun, isn't it? It's all good fun. Let's have a look what C5 should be. In fact, let's have a look at all of the caps in this and just double check. And there has been some amendments on these, so we've got to be a little bit careful. Is that an A205? That's an A205 there as well. So in this one, C5 is an Erie 6.4. So 6.4. So they've put in 4.7, 5.7, 6.7, 6.9. It's not far off. That's 100, and it should be 125. That one, so that should be all right. That one is 40 microfarads. They put a 47 in, that should be okay. What's this one? 470. 400, that one will be a fine. And these are both hundreds, I think these are both 80s. Yeah, they're both 80s. So, you know, messing with the capacitor values will affect the sound coming out of it, especially things like bass and treble. So we've got Mullard tropical fish caps. So we've got we can probably leave them in for now just to test it. It's not far off. We can leave them in to test it. I just need to fix that broken trace there. What does it say in here? C5. Well, it says C5's 40 microfarads there. It's obviously not. So this must have been an amendment. Oh well, but have another swig of beer after that. It's not your work. Who's Bob Joe? Who's Bob Joe? Have I missed somebody? Bojo? Boris Johnson? Bojo. Boris was in earlier. He was in earlier, Michael. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Ninja. But these amplifiers can be a real pain if you start messing with the values of resistors and capacitors. If the resistors start going doolally, the amp goes absolutely mental. You know, I've had it. I've had it many times with these hacker amps. Those carbon resistors, if they go a bit bonkers, a lot of them go really high. Totally throws the circuit out. Totally throws it out. Right, let's get a bridge put in there a minute. It's not even worth keeping that cloth there, I don't think, because someone's chucked a big lump of super glue on it. So now that's going in the bin, unfortunately. Shame. I thought we had a useful rear grille there that we could just stick back on, but not the case. So we're a hacker badge and a grille short at the moment, and a turntable. Hacker badge, grille, turntable, and a butchered amp. But I think the amp's going to be okay. I think we'll be okay with this because these are pretty good amps. These. And where's that break again? Down there. So it's worth, if you have got something that's been done by somebody else, it is worth having a look. I'm not knocking other people because stuff does go unnoticed, and it might have got damaged in transit. Unlikely, but it may have done. So let's get some solder. Let's get some solder on in the building. Tin up a wire. Let's pop a bit of flux on that. Let's put some sticky flux on it so it doesn't run off. Can't really see where I am, can you? I should be able to. So I'm just going to stick this bridge across and just snip the end off. Right, that's that sorted. Okay, so I'm happy with that. I suspect the quiescent current and that's all over the shop, but again, when you start touching these amps, you have got to look at the quiescent current. Don't know where that plastic nut disappeared to. It's been beamed up, that has. So I'm starting to work in my own mess. Let's get the cheese bakes. Get the cheese bakes underway. You're multitasking, Benji. Fill the grill. I know what you're saying, Sean. Someone had a go. Maybe they got it going, I don't know. Right, let's give it a whirl then. I don't think there's anything else untoward. Looks like screws in there. This has got some lock fit transistors, you can't see because my picture's in the way. It's got lock fit transistors in these. Not great, but they do work sometimes. They either fail totally or they get really noisy. Normally it's really noisy. And there is lock fits in the amplifier board, which I will take out and put some BC109s in it. Decent Goodman speaker again, a real whopper of a speaker in that. We've got some very unusual looking screws in here as well that don't look original. There you are. So it looks like we've got a hole in the speaker as well, so the speaker's going to have to come out and be repaired. It's certainly a fixer-upper. Can be done if we can get the bits for it. Right. Where's my power leads? Another 18-volt set, so here we go. Is it going to work or isn't it? Let's have some bets now. Will she or won't she? It wouldn't have done if I hadn't fixed that thing, by the way. It would not have worked, but there's a strong possibility now it will. So what do you think? Place your bets. The prize is nothing. Apart from the kudos of getting it right. We've still got some capacitors to test as well, haven't we? I'd forgotten. You don't remind me. Ugh. Right, let's get rid of my stupid head with this thing on. That does make me really hot, that thing. Is it Elvis's anniversary today? Is it really, Harvey? Zorba, have some more beer and go wild. That wasn't a good sight, surely. It wasn't a good sight, Michael, surely. 50-50. Andrew says it's a worker. 50-50, come on, you can't do that. You can't sit on the fence. It's either going to or it isn't. I need a yes or a no. It's got to be a yes or a no. No module in this one, Brett. This is a different set, Harvey. Phone a friend. So I think we've got the majority are saying it's going to work. These are well-made sets, to be fair, so you know, it does take a fair bit for one of these to go wrong. God. It's definitely been got at, this one, which is a bit of a shame, but you'd be surprised, it will come back, this one. It will come back to, not like new, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but it will come back quite nice. Are we ready then? Colin's saying no. Mike Atlantis is saying no. Ooh, we've got some naysayers. A little bit of smoke and then it will go. Dodgy volume pot. Is the other radio? The other radio is working now, Harvey, but it needs the amplifier recapping. Right, here we go then. Dial cord works on this one. Of course it works. Long wave. Bang on frequency as well.
All right, Tom. All right, Dad. You sound cheerful. Somebody died?
Still basking in my glory, son. 3 days on, still can't get over it. That ticket inspector didn't know whether we were coming or going.
Good system, isn't it?
Well,
Your version wasn't perfect.
Oh, of course not. I mean, it wouldn't be.
By the highway code, it benefited from a bit of refining from me.
Yeah, but I told you to confuse them with irrelevant numbers and places.
And so I did. No sooner had I handed over the ticket, I launched into Jeff Boycott's test squad. 246, Headingley, 1967. 119, Adelaide, 1971. 105, Delhi, 1981. I could, and indeed did, go on.
Yeah, no, Dad, I was there. It was horrendous.
There we go. I knew it would work. App sounds fine. All the controls need cleaning. Speaker needs doing. It needs an alignment. It's a bit scratchy. Job done. Number 2 works. Number 1 sort of works, but it needs the amp doing. Should we go for Bluey now? Should we get Blue Boy out? Blue Boy or another Blackie? What do you think? Black or blue? Black and blue. Black and blue. Let's go with the Bluey. The Bluey looks quite a nice radio actually. And blue is one of my favourite colours in these. So again, we've got the Rexine in the handle, which is always good, especially with these coloured ones, because you cannot get this colour anymore. You know, you could put a strip in there, but you'd have to either spray it to try and match it, or have it black. Oh, we've got no rear grille again, which is sad. I think it was a white rear grille on these blue ones. Apart from that, it's not looking too bad, this one at all. This is a real doer-upper. We've got a bit of rubbing on the top, but that looks more like light scratching. That will come out with a bit of elbow grease. We've got a weird telltale sign of a replaced volume pot. It's not, it should be there for off. All the original ones had a stop there. Replacement ones usually with a plastic spindle. Original ones were metal. So there we go, plastic. So this has had a new volume pot in it, which is never good because they're rubbish. So yeah, something to look for if you're buying one of these. If it's facing directly down like that, you know it's had a replacement volume pot. This one, which is correct, it's actually off to one side. And it's really tough to take off. So that's an original one. So if it's facing directly down, then you know it's been replaced. As had the RP30 has been replaced as well. We did see that again was a plastic, in fact, a yellow plastic, that one. So again, if you're buying one of these and you want originality, you've got to take that out, drill another hole and move it around. You want to keep it right. Or you buy a custom pot from Blore Edwards. Right, okay, so yeah, we've got a replacement pot. That's not always a bad thing. It just doesn't look very nice. I like the blue line in there as well. If you can see that from the camera, but that is blue. Both of these are blue. And the knobs are fairly bright on these. Sometimes they're a lot yellower than that. can see the buttons are slightly different shade. Dial cord works. Let's have a look. And we've got some damage to the rec scene on the back, but again, that can probably be glued. It's there. There's not a piece missing. It can be coloured back in again with a bit of shoe cream. So that's not a major issue. Let's have a look. Inside, we've got one original battery label. Always good. Ooh, smells of old radio, this one. A bit of foam breakage. Speaker looks better in this one. Some of the very early versions, I think, had AF117s in them, but this has got the lock fits still. It's untouched. It's untouched. No one's been in it. Apart from changing the volume pot, which I think was done by a lot of dealers, actually. A lot of dealers did these because it's an RS pot they've used, and it's the same one that I see in nearly every one of these. So I'm sure it was actually done by the dealers. And this has got proper brass screws as well, holding the back panel in. The other one has been, someone's been in it and changed them for whatever reason. I don't know why you take brass ones out and put steel ones back in. Okay, so this one is potentially a goer. All the original caps on the board. Nothing burnt there that I can see. So again, what do we think? Have we got a decent turntable on this one as well? Good job. What's the serial number? 21758. So it's not without its issues, but it's not looking too bad. It's a nice, I like these blue ones. Something about the blue ones. When they're cleaned up and sparkling, they look amazing. I think I did a blue Sovereign too, didn't I, a while ago? It was a non-worker, scrap radio. Right, let's hook her up then. What are the bets now then? What do we think to the Bluey? Is Bluey going to be straight out the box a goer? Or is it going to let us down? What do we think? No. You did the blue one in 2013, did you, Sean? Bloody hell, that's a long time ago. Blue is a colour. Send you a picture of your blue VHF on the messages. Let's have a quick look at that then, Brett. See what you've sent me. Flash player will no longer be supported. So Brett just sent me a picture of his Bluey. I'm trying to think, that's mine now, and I've only got a little tiny picture. Oh dear, yeah, that's Brett's blue VHF Herald. Slightly later, I think, than these, but some really good sounding radios. Really good. I mean, the speaker's massive in the thing, so there you go. So what do we think then? Is it going to work or isn't it? Will she or won't she? I need to wipe my hands off really so I can have my banana. I won't need any tea then at all. My pulled pork rolls are out the window now. Excuse the rustling while I pull out a wet wipe. Get rid of the verdigris on my hands. Let's find my chat again. Let's bring my chat back up. What mode is it? AM, FM again. They're all the same radios, Michael, really. It's definitely live, William. On a Grundig Satellite 500. Yeah, we did stick with our own radios for quite some time. I know. The Americans, I'm sure Doug will confirm that they went to the Japanese market fairly early on. Zenith and a lot of those that were made, well, the pocket radios of this era were all pretty much from Japan, I think. Blue Mini Herald. The Mini Heralds are nice as well. This is an RP35 now, Mike. Tony, when I was a kid, everything went to the British home stores. It's made in Hong Kong. Won't go, it's a hacker. Get off with you, Derek. Come on. It will burn your house down. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think the RP30 is a nice looking radio, Mike. They did have problems with those knobs, so with them breaking, which is why they went to these. Same manufacturer, they're still Pecalet, and I have actually got some new old stock of these, but not the striped ones. Right, let's fire it up then. Here it goes, medium wave. It's a bit rumbly. So we've got a very noisy amplifier. Was it dodgy switch? Very, very rumbly amplifier. Let's just stick this other amplifier in it. It could be the thing, but I suspect it's capacitors. So we've got a very rumbly amp. Rumbly amp. Let's try a different amplifier in it. Again, I don't know if this is any good, this amplifier. It's just one out of my scrap pile. Can't be any worse than that one, mind you. So this should possibly be better. There you go.
Or you look at Carl Walker, their ability at the right time is a skill.
Dirty switches.
Hard skill to learn, but you can learn it, and you. It's our top team. Faces in the stadium. Paul Parker is with me now. The Seville Orange, prized for making the very best British marmalade.
in Super League, Wigan lead 16-4 with 15 minutes to go in that game. Ronnie O'Sullivan is the world snooker champ. On the Europa League semi-final now.
Okay, there you go. Another one. Working. Dodgy amp. We've got a dodgy amp. Does it do dab? No, it doesn't. Yuck, Theo. You don't like the blue. Give you an R707. Off to the shed with it, next to the kettle. So it's a nice radio, very nice. The build quality on these is pretty good, to be fair. Knocks spots off of most, well, it's not spots off of all the Robert sets, to be honest. You know, that for build quality and serviceability, you know, it's a total different kettle of fish to the R707, for example, which is a lovely sounding radio, the R707, and one of my favourite, well, it is my favourite Roberts radio. I'm sure it is. I don't think there's a better one. But they're an absolute pig to work on. They're not very well designed at all. You know, point-to-point wiring, real. I'm just going to check this again now I've pushed those buttons, just see if that amplifier is part of the issue. Yeah, so you hear that low level rumble. That's possibly one of the lock fits in the amplifier stage. Either that or it's a bad capacitor. Or a combination of bad capacitors. So there we are. The Bluey. The Bluey is a goer. Good old Blue. RP35. Hacker. Sorted. Okay, and finally, the last of the last. And strangely, this has got a different handle to the others. A Blackie. Sadly, we've lost the Hacker writing. I don't know what's happened to that. It's almost like it's melted away. Unusual. You haven't put a live hamster in this box, have you, George? I can hear something moving in it. You haven't lost a hamster, George, have you? You've got them all. I think it's just the packaging moving. It did sound like there's something in that box still, though. RP38 is where it's at. Really? Yeah, and good radios. RP25. Yeah. Sovereign 2s are really nice. Love a Sovereign 2. But you've got to have one of these in your collection. They are lovely radios. So what have we got then? We've got some Rexine issues on this one. It's had a bit of a ding. I don't know if that's just been done or not. That's a shame. It's right on the front as well. Might be able to save that. I don't know. That's not looking good right on the front there, though. Quite a big gouge. Let's get this down so you can see. Sounds like we've got the original control on this one. Dial cords working. We've got a grill. Special windmill design, but it's okay. It's in one piece. We can repair that one. I think someone was saying about fixing the other one up and filling all the holes in and that. Well, you could do. Seems to be a bit of a thing about the labels coming adrift in these, isn't there? So let's have a look inside. Let's say it's a different handle. This is got a plastic cover on it rather than the infill on the other two. Quite like that handle, to be fair. And this is the one with the end caps, and they're both there, look, because these end caps come off for pastime. So we've got both the end caps. In fact, that one's really loose, look. So we're lucky to still have that one. I don't know where Cody's is today, to be fair. He's probably out and about with the family, I expect, Brat. Foams are good. Sean loves a bit of foam action, look. So yeah, these are really nice. I mean, look at the size of the look at the size of the ferrite rod in the thing. It's no wonder they work well on long wave and medium wave. I said 10-inch, wasn't it? Is it 10 inches? Yes, a 10-inch ferrite rod. Massive. You try finding one of those today. You're lucky if you get one that's like 3 inches long. So what we've got in here? Oh, we've got AF117s in this one. It's an early one. Ooh, you don't see many of the earlier ones. So we'll have a look at these. So this could be suspect then. What's the serial number on this one? 3920. So yeah, that's a pretty early set, that one. So I did say that some of the earlier ones had the AF117s. Let's just get you in on the overhead camera a minute. And I'll point them out. Well, I don't need to point them out, you'll soon see them. Right, where are we on the overhead camera? Okay, can you see the first one, the oscillator transistor? Just hidden in behind this wiring loom. You can just see him peeking away there. He's hiding. AF117. And then if we come along a bit further, that I think is the first IF, or is it I think it's the first IF. So we've got one there, and there's someone taking the screw out of that can. But we've also got another two in the can there. So let's just get rid of me. Come. So yeah, that's aluminium can. I think has got another two in it. So I think we've got 4, maybe 5 AF117s in this. So now it's a whole new guessing game as to whether it's going to work, isn't it? What's the odds now? I'm certainly not going to be pulling all those out, I don't think. We might pop the board out and just pull the shield leads off to see if we can get it going. But I'm thinking now this is a no. So what do you think? Heat the AF117s up. That could get them going. It can do Andrew, but what I tend to find is it depends. I suppose I could use a hot air gun, but then they'll just pop off then, won't they? We can use a hot air station, see if we can just get a little bit of heat into them. But it might work. So place your bets then. It looks in good nick inside. It's not been messed with. I say that we got BC 108s in it. We'll see if we can get it going. If it doesn't work. What's George? Oh, George is in a different room. Hang on then. What we got here? He's in it. He's in it all. I forgot to mute Messenger, didn't I? Where's my battery going? I got 1 bar left. I'll tell you what, this runs mega slow when I'm streaming. Minus 123 dB. No sign of this in server. Minus 123 dB. Microvolts, Simon. You want microvolts? Right. There we go. Just distracts me else. I get distracted easily. Right, what do we think? Good to have you on, Tony. Hope all goes well, whatever the results are going to be. So, I got the current limit on. Do you think we ought to bring it up slowly as regard voltage wise then? Do we turn it on and bring it up from, say, 9 volts gently? It is the oldest, no, it's not the oldest one of the bunch. We did have... Hey! A live cap pop off, look. Excellent. So I'm on 9 volts at the moment. It's drawing 20 milliamps. Call that. Let's bring it up. It's not drawing mental voltage, so let's go up, bring it up to 18 volts. Drawing 20 milliamps, so it's not... Dear, oh dear. I'm gonna have to get the chassis out to get at those. There should be some action around here somewhere, but no, it could be those pots stopping it working, all the switches, so we're going to have to whip it out. gonna have to whip it out. Can't have one not working, can we? We can't have one not working, people, can we? This is a 35 again, Mike. They're all 35s apart from the very first one that I looked at. So I looked at the oldest one first. And this is, well, this is the second oldest. The RP30 is an older version. So let's get the handle off. Let's get the handle securing screws out, which also hold the case in. And what I'm going to do on this one, I'm going to pull all the shield wires off. I'm going to unsolder them. I'm not going to cut them because I'm going to zap them again at some stage. But we're playing get it working today. We spent a lot of time on the RP30, but that did need a little bit more TLC. This one should go once I pull the shields off. These are pretty good. And squirt those pots. Of course, you could still have a noisy amplifier in it, which is common. Come on, get around the back there, thank you. Right, let's put that to one side. So let's have a look, see. We're still going to have trouble getting in those volume pots. I can just about get at that one. Not volume, yeah, I can just about get in there. So let's give them a squirt of deoxit a minute. Did they come out then? Yeah. And that one. And the volume pot, we'll do that one as well, while we're at it. And the switches. Let's do that one with Servicol because it's a smaller nozzle. Bit too much there, you only need a little squirt. Christ, that's twice I've done that. We need a bit of sealer stick on that. Can you remember sealer stick? Sealastic? Everything in the car used to be stuck in with sealastic. Sealer stick, however you want to pronounce it. Right. Heater up time. So let's get this can off. 2 screws, number 1 Phillips. My hands are covered in deoxit now. So that can comes off. To reveal 2 more AF117s. So we've actually got 4 AF117s in this set. And AF117s were the ones with the best gain, I think. So they didn't spare any expense, Hacker. They wanted to get things as good as possible. Right. So the shield is that one. Let's see if I can desolder these. Then I'll solder it and pull them. Difficult to get into these particular ones. I'll zoom you in a little bit so you can see a bit better where I am. Well, not you're going to be able to see a lot, to be fair. There's a shield, that one, yeah, it is. Okay. There he is, one off. Shoes a second one. Oh, that one is tough to get off. Can't even fit my forceps in there. Down on this board now. There's a second one in, I believe, there. Block solid again. Try again. Yeah, not a lot of solder left on that one, so should be able to grab that with the tweezers, hopefully. I can't get the forceps in there because of the capacitor's in the way. Oh, pain. Come on, it's like pulling a turf, isn't it? There you go. Didn't hurt a bit, did it? Didn't hurt a bit. That's that one. And this one's equally difficult to get to. In fact, that's nigh on impossible to get to that one. How the hell can I get to that? Gonna have to take the resistors out of the way. I left the hardest one to last again, haven't I? There, sir. Didn't hurt a bit. See you in 6 months. There's that other resistor I yanked out there in his prime. I had to pull those resistors out of the way because I just simply could not get to that one. That's that one, and the last one we should be able to grab this one and yank him on out. Yank him, get him out. There she goes. There, didn't hurt a bit, sir, did it? Okay. So now what do you think? Is it going to work now? After us playing with it for 20 minutes? Maybe not quite that long. I've got some YouTube videos to watch later by the looks of it. I've got one from Chris, a couple from Mr. UK CB Radio Servicing to watch. So, what do you think? Is it going to work now? Or not? Will he or won't he? Let's give the old plug a little bit of a squirt, give it half a chance. We don't know if that amp's any good or not, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. So do you think it's going to work now, people? Has Mr. Cruncher sorted it? Yes and no. That's Ninja, how can you mean yes and no? Yes, you don't know, or no, you don't? Yes, you do know. Yes and no. Yes, it's going to work, but no, not very well. Come on, you've got to have faith. Flipping button. Where's he gone this time? Is that him? Is that you there, button? No? That's a bit too much soda in it. The button's gone. No, he's not. He's there. We've got amplifier hum. He's trying. So we should have radio 4 there. Have we got a headphone socket issue as well? Tape socket issue? Have we got a tape socket issue as well? Jack plug? Anybody got a jack plug? I've got one here somewhere on from my CB testing gear. That's not to plug it in with it turned on. Stereo. So we've got whisker still, I think. Do a little bit of tappy tap.
With their COVID hit.
Oh, he's coming.
Well,
last word this week, Clive Ponting, the civil servant who became a whistleblower over the sinking of the General Belgrano during the Falklands War. Lee Teng-hui, the first democratically elected president.
Stopped again. So we've got whiskers, big styly, not just to ground, but between the
the edge of the severe box. Good and dancing feet from Pogba. Wan-Bissaka is there to help. Pogba plays it wide to Greenwood. Greenwood back onto the left foot, lays it back to Pogba across the face of the box. Martial hits it just too high. Real power on that, but it's off target in the end.
He's only got it working.
Goes behind. Rashford appealing for a deflection in a corner, but I think the goal kick's been given. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Really patient.
Does sound nice, yeah.
Paul Pogba at the heart of it. Lovely ball across the box to Martial. It's laid on a plate and he only has to guide it low into the bottom corner. He just leans back ever so slightly and puts it over the bar, but an informed Martial, you think he's going to burst the net with that one. So it's Manchester United's turn to enjoy a bit of attacking at the moment, but Martial's not been Pogba. Banega, who's not the quickest there, couldn't get onto the end of that. Lindelof there first, and the throw-in is Manchester United.
Wow.
I think he thought that was Reguilon, didn't he? And he didn't realise it was Banega, and Banega just didn't quite have that pace to open his legs past Lindelof. But again, it's the same problem down that left-hand side. It's the strength of Sevilla. You have to make sure that the ball doesn't go out that side. Body positioning has to be better, closing down and close that side off.
33 minutes gone in the first half. Good game is BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Radio Manchester Europa League semi-final. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Stephen Warnock watching the game with us here in Salford. Part of that.
No, Doug, I've never known it. So I'm just going to plug my battery supply into the mic because that's better. Battery's just about to go.
On the ball inside the Sevilla half. Jordan this time the one to drop. He finds Banega. Banega to the left. Campos to Banega to Jordan. Nice from Sevilla. Fernando gets involved. Slow pass from him out to the left. Reguilon back to Banega. He's just able to jink his way past Martial. Threads the pass through to a Campos.
All working pretty much. They all need things doing to them. As I say, the RP30 needs the amp recapping, but it is working. So there you go. That's pretty much it for today, people. So 4 out of 4 we've got going. Pretty happy with that, to be honest, because I say the AF117s are a pain. I didn't realise that one had them in it, actually. But there you go. Still going, I know. I'm just wrapping up now, Chris. I'm just wrapping up, mate. I wouldn't say stamina. Feedback capacitance. It's as I say, it was the AF117, wasn't it? Eh? Yes and no, Ninja. You were right. It didn't work really. Well, it did and it didn't. You're right. You're absolutely right, Ninja. Anyway, people, thanks for today. Thanks for joining me. Hope you've enjoyed that today. Getting back to the roots, so to speak, fixing hacker radios. They're all sort of doable. I mean, they're all able to be cleaned up, serviced, repaired, and sold on again. So I mean, that's the idea, really. Absolutely no point me keeping any of those because I've got plenty of all of them. So it's just a case of getting them restored, really, and out the door again. So yeah, if you like that, please don't forget, give me a thumbs up. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I look at the stats, and like something like 40%, no more than that, up near 50% of people that watch us streams aren't subscribed. So subscribe, people. Cheers, Tony. So if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to click the little bell as well for all notifications, and then any time I put a notification out or I go live, you'll get a notification. So I'll catch you probably in the week. I've got a few bits to do in the week. The Selena, hopefully the capacitors will come for that. So thanks again, Aston, for pointing me in the right direction. Richard, how you doing, mate? We're just about to finish. Good to hear you, Richard. Anyway, hope it's all okay over there on the Isle of Wight. I was going to say Isle of Man then, but it's Isle of Wight, isn't it? Cheers all. Catch you in the week. Have fun and stay safe and all the rest of it. Cheers. Don't forget comments. I quite like comments. I might not reply to them straight away, but it shows you're watching, which is always good. So I'm going to go down now and watch some YouTube, I think, because Mrs. Cruncher's away, so I can put whatever I want on the telly. Look. Brilliant, isn't it? Catch you all later, people. Bye for now. Been great.